loyalty. So I may have to question for them activity. Try take man for food but me sight clearly. I try draw me in a them town full of routine. Them smart, but them not smart like me. Watch out for them guy way up was like brother. I talk about brother from different mother. I never live the skies and I work undercover. I suck your energy to reduce all your power.
Yeah, you know me and you know we are back. Yeah, you know me and you know we are back. To all of my friends, them two words matter. If you treat your life like a computer hacker. Okay. If you treat your life like a computer hacker. Me have a few friends, me not the more than that. The close friends me have them solid as a rock. And me run the one them want come stab me on me back. And the one them when need me when them like what? You can't buy me friendship like a sucker even for me to a shop. And I buy back if you still me have a picture more me with quarter. Yeah, you know me and you go way back. Just when they keep me up respect and manners. Oh, all of me friends, them two words matter. If you treat your life like a computer hacker, mind them and they want to find your light ladder. Yeah, you know me and you know we are back. Yeah, you know me and you know we are back. All them want to be fruit from your liver and suck out your blood like chocolate. What? If you treat your life like a computer hacker. And suck out your blood like chocolate. If you treat your life like a computer hacker. Now when we do you make you do me that. Now when we
You paint a picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, we won't be alone.
Yo, what's good, y'all? Thank you so much for stopping by to the stream. Welcome on in. It is I, Corrupt the Circuit again, and we're going to be continuing our book read of my friend's book, Daydreams and Theogen. And we're also going to be doing a little bit more different today. Usually I have the little background thing set up and all that, which we will, but it's going to be slightly different. So, this time, I wanted to do it to where we had a nice little background music, whatever. And I was like, you know what? one of the Resident Evil games that I play has that perfect, like, ambiance with the music, where it's perfect. If you leave it low enough, it's one of those where it's like, yo, like, if you were in that room in the game, listening to what you can hear right now, and this little music in the background is like, yo, like, you'd be there reading too, shit. But anyways, let me, let me move this aside. I want to see if I can add some text. Uh, hmm. Change the color on it too. Yeah, something like that. And I don't really want it to be uh hmm. I guess it doesn't look that bad. We'll move this aside. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to get like some nice music for this besides the usual that I have in the background. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump right in. So I've been missing a few days of being able to do this, also just because I didn't really want to stream for like an hour or two, and then, you know, like I can't really progress much in the game because it's that short. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it once my contract is done. So my contract's done, so we're starting now on my first day off. So Act 11, the twisting of a blade. I carried Simon back to the room where we were keeping him. I carried Simon back to the room we were keeping him in and opened the door. At this point, Sunny was awake and surprised to see me carrying a friend. Her hair was messy from sleeping, but she seemed to not care. "What did you do to him?" she burst. "I gave him something to help him sleep," I informed her. "Don't worry, it's nothing bad. You better not have hurt him." "Oh, are you still his little lapdog? After this long, I'd hoped you gained some independence. You told us yourself that we're inseparable." "You told us yourself that we're inseparable." "That I did." I placed Simon on his bed across from Sunny's. "You won't know this by tomorrow night," I explained. "But when I use that heart's power, things will be better. I'll finally have the power to fix our past so we can all be friends again. I'll finally be normal." What are you talking about?" she stammered. "You're the one who caused all this." "Am I? Or are they the ones who started it when I was just a young girl?" "Is that what this is about? Being bullied?" I turned away from her. "You're really gonna let something like this control you for the rest of your life?" sure I'm on the right page. I am. You don't know what it was like, I responded. To them, I was less than a person. None, I do know what it's like. Sunny stood up in defiance behind me. I was bullied too, she exclaimed. Maybe all your drugs went to your brain so you don't remember, but everyone hated me. I was the annoying frog kid who smelled like mud and ate rocks. They thought I was a slut like my whore mother. She was right, and I definitely recalled plenty of rumors about her. Even you, Ophelia, she added. You only tolerated me to be close to Simon. It gets on your nerves when people write about you in the worst ways possible. Unlike you, I didn't get popular in university, she continued. You have big tits? You think that's enough to make people like you? Tch, you used to be so nice. I'll say it again. I spoke up. If that thing does what I think it does, then by tomorrow night we'll all be eating dinner as friends again. With that, I began to leave the room. He works at a university, Sunny blurted, as a professor's assistant. I stopped in the doorway and tilted my head, indicating that I was listening. He tells the students about what happened, she explained, warns them about what he did, but you know what he doesn't do? Now what might that be? I asked. He doesn't lie, even when he really should. Well, isn't that nice of him? I came home one day from the daycare and I wanted to tell him a story about what happened, but he had a killer headache. Is there a moral to this, or are you just wasting my time? He told me that my stories annoy him, she continued. They never make sense and are confusing, but he loves listening to them because he knows it makes me happy. He could have just said his headache was too much, but he told me how he felt. How kind of him, I rebutted. I suggest the two of you get a room, but look, you're already in one. With that, I shut the door on Sunny and locked him in. I pressed my back against the wall inside. In moments like these, I begin to doubt what I'm trying to accomplish. Is it selfish? Yes. Is it for the greater good? Also yes. I'm making my way down the hall and entering my office. I began packing my things and getting ready to leave for the night. As I stuffed various files into my bag, I decided to check in with my master. I dialed Eden's code on the base and grabbed the phone. As they picked up, a small box television that set up on my desk next to the phone flickered to life on its own, displaying the digital faces on the screen. Hello, cowgirl, Eden spoke in unison. Hello, master, I addressed him. The artifacts will be sent for appraisal in the morning. Once they've been cleared, I will have my men conduct a trade with Sergei. Excellent work, Adam responded. Will you be in charge of our remote attendance for the trade? I will personally oversee it, yes, but tomorrow I will be busy and cannot attend the appraisal. Very well, we will send Donovan in your stead. By this point, the booze had entirely worn off and I felt sober again. With my thoughts fully collected, my curiosity began to overwhelm me. May I ask you something? I questioned. Of course, cowgirl, Adam allowed. You personally vet every employee we hire, correct? Yes, we do. I turned and opened a filing cabinet, then pulled a sheet of paper out and skimmed it. Today I learned that we've employed the father of a former friend, I explained. I want some information about Maxwell Ernest Revelation, employee number 283. He's a very tall man, Eve hummed through the television. One might say he's freakishly so. But that is not why we hired him. The faces on the television warped into stacks of money. Maxwell has been wronged, they both spoke, as have all members of the Garden of Eden. He worked multiple jobs to barely make enough money to provide for his daughter, Adam replied. Adam explained. Legal expenses and medical bills gouged him for all he was worth. His abnormal height makes him a freak, Eve added, but his heart makes him pure. We know that he fought for someone he loves when the world told him he was unfit. But through us, he has found his rebirth. Now that his immorality is put to good use, he has flourished. He will be wronged no longer, they spoke in unison as the money warped back into faces. I looked at the picture of him on the paper. The camera that took the picture had to be angled upwards, and you could see the top of the backer he was standing against. Although his eyes were blacked out by marker, I sensed a longing within them. Wronged, huh? I mumbled. I may have another question. Speak your mind, Adam permitted. I swapped the page I currently held for a different one and examined it. In the picture, the entire face was blacked out with marker to the point I couldn't even be sure it was them. The name Seal was written in the marker in the spot where a full name should be. I want information on Seal. Employee number 1, I requested. The youngling, Eve hummed. The page had no information in any slot. Age, gender, height, and weight were all left intentionally blank. Instead of any useful information, a heart was drawn on the page. The poor youngling was burnt to a crisp, Adam informed me. Their one soft skin had charred and the connective tissue had frayed. Eve continued, the poor thing. The television crackled as static washed over the screen. We stitched the youngling back together the best we could, Adam explained. Many parts were unusable. So we took parts from others, Eve continued. Yet we knew the pain the youngling would be in when they awoke. Let's see. Yeah, we knew the pain the youngling would be in when they awoke. It is one we've endured every day. We didn't want that, so we gradually ablated the nerves while keeping them comatose. Now they feel no pain. But life has its trade-offs. Rather than feel all the pain of the others who so generously gave their limbs, young Seal's body feels nothing, they said together. The digital faces on the screen warped into messy frowns with what appeared to be tears under the eyes. Seal will never know what it's like to be cold during the winters, Eve lamented. Or feel the warm embrace of the summer's day, Adam sighed. These are sensations we have not felt in many, many years. But we wanted Seal to live a life that we couldn't. The faces changed back to normal. And what sort of life is that, huh? I asked. Seems pretty miserable to me. You have to understand, we saved young Seal's life, Adam informed me. But why? You said you took body parts from others. Were you trying to make the perfect human? No. And Seal isn't human. Not anymore. Eve corrected me. They are many people. Then what could have possessed you to do that to him? Our motive is quite simple. A cartoon heart flashed on the television, mimicking the one on the page. We did it for love, they spoke in unison. I need to process this. I mumbled after a moment of silence. Without another word, I hung up and left for the night. I didn't sleep very well, which I'm sure was an indication of how the next day would go. Seal had already taken Simon to the manor by the time I arrived at the facility. Based on the way that Sunny kept rubbing her cheek, they must have struck her for trying to fight back. She said nothing and submissively followed me to the van. Part of me felt I should have left her behind, but something in my gut told me that I'd need her. As we arrived at the manor, she looked at me with contempt. An ominous drizzle of rain poured over us as we scurried inside the manor and into the tunnel. Upon entering the room with the heart, my eyes immediately locked on Simon. His shirt was torn open, and he was crudely restrained to a metal frame by his arms and legs. Seal had just finished connecting him to the heart with special medical equipment. Sunny screamed in horror as she gazed upon the heart. Based on her seeming to know about it, I had assumed she had seen it before, but I guess this wasn't the case. Oh dear, it's even worse in person, Sunny exclaimed. This thing is disgusting. You brought the girl? Seal asked with a frown while she freaked out. I felt I had to, I responded defensively. For what purpose? She will only get in our way. I couldn't just leave her. No, you absolutely can. Do you even think? Sunny ran over towards Simon, causing Seal to step out and block her. What the hell are you doing to him? Sunny asked in shock. What the hell is this thing? This is not what a heart should look like. Stop being useless and restrain her. I grabbed Sunny by the arm and pulled her back. She tugged relentlessly and tried to hit my arm. Sunny, this won't hurt him. I shouted over her, struggling. We're just taking some blood like at the doctor. I hate doctors, she argued. But even they don't plug you into whatever that is. Suddenly, without a word, Seal punched Sunny in the chest, causing her to collapse and writhe in pain. I knelt down next to her to ensure she was alright and tried to help her stand. Problem solved, they snarled. Now let us begin. Hey, that was uncalled for, I commented. Shut up and let me work. Seal approached the equipment and began turning it on. I knew nothing about how this process worked, so to me it looked like they were arbitrarily turning knobs on a box that sat on a cart. Simon's blood slowly began to fill the outtake tube and reach the heart. As expected, the heart began to slowly and sporadically twitch. The twitching turned into a pulsing, which then turned into a pumping, and within a few moments the entire heart roared to life like an old engine. See? Nothing to worry about. I comforted Sunny over the sound of thumping. I helped her stand and gently patted on her shoulder. You're right, she sighed. I think... Of course. Now Seal, unplug him, I ordered. We have what we need. Seal went to turn off the machine, but stopped and pointed at the other tube. What the hell? They gasped. There's only supposed to be oxygen flowing through that tube. To our surprise, the intake tube was filled with a glowing orange blood that appeared to come from the heart. His face twitched a few times and it twisted in pain until he finally burst awake. I watched him scream and writhe in agony as the glowing orange blood ran through the intake tube and entered his body. Our impromptu restraints barely held him as he thrashed about violently. Even more blood ran from his body through the outtake tube and into the heart, which began to beat faster. Thumping sounds filled the air in an attempt to drown out his wailing, but only added to the incessant noise. As the transfusion took place, I could see his heart beginning to glow through his chest. Wait, something's happening to him, Seal surmised. I think we should unplug him, I responded. The book never said anything about. None. The heart is clearly trying to tell us something. I began to move forward to try and examine Simon closer. Stop it! Sunny yelled as she pushed me out of the way. You're hurting him! With reckless abandon, she threw herself towards him and attempted to unfasten the restraint on his right arm. As she did, he yanked his wrist out and broke free. However, instead of immediately attempting to free himself, instead he grabbed his chest where his heart was. Seal was not very happy with Sunny's outburst and firmly grabbed her by the back of her choker. I will not have you interfere. Give me a second. I will not have you interfere, they growled before pulling on her neck. With one motion, Seal violently threw Sunny to the fleshy floor, choking her in the process. Then once she was down, they pulled her leg back and kicked her in the ribs. All Sunny could do was clutch her side and whimper like a wounded dog. After a moment, she tried to stand again, so I pulled the detonator from my coat. Realizing Seal was just going to attack her again, I tried to threaten her in an attempt to get her to stand down. Sunny, don't, I sternly commanded. I've come too far for you to do this. You're sick, she shouted. You're sick, she shouted. She shouted. Brain. Once we're finished, you can take Simon and run along, but until then, you are my hostage, and my hostage will not speak back to me. She yelled something at me, but the heart thumping grew even louder, drowning her out entirely. Once I was sure that she knew her place, I turned back to watch Simon. His fingers dug into his chest and seemingly melted into his body. Skin fused with skin, creating an amalgamation of his torso and arm. Veins glowed orange throughout his body as his other arm seemed to shake violently in its restraints. It was as if he was mutating right before my eyes. Something wiggled in his branded hand, which had been entirely fused to his body, before tearing open his skin to expose itself. A singular eyeball about the size of a golf ball was now protruding from him. My skin crawled as I watched. This was beyond the realm of possibility and far more twisted than I cared for. When I decided that I wanted to utilize that power, I didn't account for it to involve this. Yet I remained still. Finally, after all these years, I could finally make things right. It was so close, I could practically taste the feeling of freedom in my mouth. Don't worry, Simon, everything will be alright. Everything will be fixed. After a moment, Seal approached them and removed the tube, stopping this nightmarish process. As they did, the heart fell back into his dormant state and stopped beating. Simon merely lay there, breathing erratically and whimpering softly. The eye was in him? I managed to mumble. This isn't what I had in mind. The book said it was given by the heart. I hadn't imagined he would change in such a way either, Seal stated calmly, but he has given to us something so beautiful yet so unattainable. We must thank him in advance. Seal ran their finger along Simon's body towards the eyeball in his hand. Simon made no attempt to resist or struggle. My whole life, Seal spoke, I've lived in torment, but that ends now. Pinching the eyeball with their fingers, Seal directed it toward their gaze. Now it's time to go back and punish those who wronged us. However, before looking to the eye, Seal stopped and redirected their attention to me. Oh, But where are my manners? They hummed. You should be the one to go first, cowgirl. My heart sank into my chest as I approached Simon. Finally, after all these years, I could go back and stand up to everyone. I could have a chance at a normal life and all this bloodshed could end. Act 12. Even with a mouth, I cannot scream. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer standing in the flesh-covered room with the heart. Instead, I was 8 years old, standing before a woman as she cleaned a knife. I tried to identify her or my surroundings, but I couldn't seem to. My head was spinning, and the room was entirely foreign to me. It was only after the woman spoke that I realized who she was. Ugh. Nice and clean, she groaned. That's my mother. Although I knew this woman was my mother, she was completely unrecognizable to me for some reason, as if my brain had deleted any memory or recollection of her. I never even knew my parents, so how could I be reliving any memory of them, let alone one where I interacted with my mother? Yet I'm standing here now. We were poor, living in a small house that was practically falling apart in the middle of a trailer park. Everything was covered in dirt or grime since we couldn't afford proper cleaning supplies. Alright, Courtney, Mama needs you to show her the new ones. I took my shirt off for my mother, revealing bandages that covered my body from previous impromptu surgeries. She handed me the whiskey that we used as anesthetic and to sterilize the wounds. Drink up, she commanded. You ain't eaten anything, so it shouldn't take much. I took a drink of the whiskey and nearly threw up. More! I couldn't stomach more, but I knew what I'd feel without it. Chugging as much as I could, I tried my best to not scream from the burning in my throat. My head grew light almost immediately as I fell back into a chair. Nobody's gonna want a girlie with marks, my mother drunkenly explained. Can't we, paint over 'em? I asked as we took another drink. I done told you paint washes off and makeup wipes off. Only thing to do is to dig it out. I held my arm out for her, exposing the new spot. With a shaky hand, she pressed the knife into my arm and began to shave off a thin layer of porcelain which splotched the skin. A thin layer of porcelain white splotched skin. Biting on a rag was all that stopped me from screaming as my skin came off like a potato being peeled. You're a tough girlie, Courtney, she said. No more screaming or blabbering, making Mama proud. When she finished, she held a blood-covered flake of skin up for me to see. It was so thin that you could almost see right through it. That's the impurity leaving you, she promised. Once it's all gone, you'll heal up nice and normal-like. My eyes watered to the excruciating pain as I looked down at my body. Scabs had formed all over the old removals, and any new removals had bandages over them. With shaky breath, I poured some of the whiskey into my arm and screamed as the alcohol stung my new wound. Blood washed away with the whiskey, but quickly came back as my arm bled even more. I went to wash more of it off, and my mother grabbed the bottle in my hand. Don't go wasting it, she screeched. We'll go back to rubbing alcohol if you do. I pushed the bottle to my lips and drank more, hoping to black out. She wrapped my arm in a bandage and used gauze to tape it down. Then, once I wouldn't bleed all over the place, she began cutting another spot near my ribs. As soon as the blade touched, I felt like I had to vomit from the whiskey and intense pain. Suddenly her hand slipped and I felt the blade slice me. Bite the rag, Courtney, she shouted. I began to scream as I bit down on the rag again, but I was clearly being too loud for her. Bite the damn rag, Courtney, she snarled. You're not biting hard enough. Tears rolled down my face as the room spun around me. Then I heard a door open behind me. Shut the fuck up in here, a man yelled. I'm trying to make her normal, my mother screamed in response. Won't fucking work, you dumb bitch. She's tainted. She ain't tainted, she just needs fixing. She was your idea, you Protestant whore. My mother slammed the blade down and stood up to yell back. As I sat there in pain, my eyes fixated on the knife. It called out to me, repeating my name as if it wanted my attention. I could grab it right now and plunge it into her, then make a break for it. She was so big that she'd never be able to catch me. Grab the knife, Courtney. I knew that if I passed out or she finished, I'd be locked away in my room again. Grab the knife, Courtney. They kept me in there with all the windows and exits sealed up. Grab the knife already. I was never allowed out. Why aren't you grabbing the knife? I thought this power allowed me to alter the past. Why can't I grab the knife? My body won't respond. What's happening? Between the shouting, the pain, and the intoxication, my head felt like it would explode. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore and began to vomit into the rag. The taste was awful, and I felt my grip on my consciousness loosening as the noises blurred together around me. My senses faded as I closed my eyes and began to black out. Hopefully, I would remain asleep for the other 7 spots. Before turning in for the night, I stopped and addressed my mother, who was already drunk. She sat in her recliner, sipping her whiskey and listening to the radio. "I love you, Mama," I mumbled. "Bah," she dismissed me. "I'd love you if you weren't so damn annoying. I'm sorry." I turned and headed to my room, which was just a large closet with a mattress. While other kids got to sleep in luxury trailers or their own rooms, I never had such a luxury. Then I cried myself to sleep just like every night. Now I know why I don't remember my parents. Reliving that nightmare was enough to make me want to repress the memories again. Darkness enveloped me as my wounds healed. Time accelerated as I grew a year older and found myself standing next to a strange man in the airport. I knew he wasn't my father, or even related to me, but I also knew that I wasn't allowed to leave his side. He held my hand tightly as we walked through security and to our flight. The security staff couldn't stop looking at me, but none of them had any reason to intervene. We were flying to Charles de Gaulle Airport in France, so he had to have a passport ready for the airport staff. As they examined the contents of the passport, I couldn't help but notice them giving me the side eye. In fact, it seemed that everyone was looking at me. Clearly, they knew I was tainted, even with my hoodie covering everything but my face. They could see right through my clothes at all the bandages that covered my body. "Is she your daughter?" the security guard asked. "Yes, she is," the man responded. "Shy little girlie, but she's my only." "And what's your name, sweetheart?" "Tell him that the man isn't your father. It's Courtney." "And where are you flying today, Courtney?" "Tell him that you don't know this man." "Charles de Gaulle. It's in France." "Oh, fancy. Are you excited?" "Tell him that you're scared and don't remember how you got here." "I'm nervous. I've never flown before." "Well, I hope you enjoy your flight." As I sat down on the airplane, I tucked myself as far into the corner near the window as I could. Watching the ground get further and further as we took off, I felt my eyes grow heavy. When I woke up again, I was laying on a bed in a gown. I tried to move but realized my arms were shackled to the bed frame. The door opened and the man I rode on the plane with entered with another individual. The person he was with was unkempt and greasy, giving off an unclean feeling. He took one look at me and snorted before spouting something in French. I had no idea what he was saying. His accent was thick and he spoke fast, but the words themselves meant nothing to me. He ruffled his beard and winked at me as he spoke. Panic slowly set in as he took his jacket off, revealing a disgustingly sweaty tank top squeezing his tubby body. Across his chest was a sling with a real gun holstered under his hairy armpit. As he approached the bed, the man who accompanied me on the plane took a seat in the chair across from us and watched intently. The big man began trying to caress me and play with my dress. I tried to squirm and avoid the best I could, which only seemed to anger him. I drew his hand back and struck. He drew his hand back and struck me across the face really hard. My entire vision went fuzzy from the impact and my ears rang for a moment, which is enough to scare me into submission. As I stopped resisting, I felt his hand slide under my gown into my stomach. I was so scared I began to cry. My wailing was so loud that I almost didn't hear the loud banging coming from outside the room. Whatever was making the banging noise was enough to startle both men. They stopped what they were doing and grabbed the guns they had, readying them and watching the door, but they weren't fast enough. The door flew open and three men in black soldier-like equipment entered the room. I closed my eyes as the banging continued for another moment, causing my ears to ring like crazy. Completely deafened, I couldn't hear the sound of the bodies hitting the floor, but I felt it. When I opened my eyes next, I was being taken away on the back of a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. Various medical staff shouted in French as they secured me across from one of the soldiers, who was covered in blood. Looking down through my feet, I could see other children being escorted to another ambulance as its doors shut, locking me in. My vision faded for the last time. When I opened my eyes, I was standing above Simon, staring into the eyeball. What the fuck was that? I mumbled. Why couldn't I? My body felt cold as I trembled and backed away from him. I take it you couldn't fix anything? Seal asked. I couldn't speak. All I could do was shake my turn. All I could do was shake my head. God damn it. And then Seal says, my turn then. Looking into the eyeball, Seal's eyes began to glow a reddish color. They grunted and groaned as if something was happening to them. I tried asking them if it was working, but they either ignored me or were completely entranced. Finally, they stopped and scowled as their eyes returned to normal. Let's try that again, they mumbled. After another unsuccessful try, they slammed their fists onto the frame Simon was attached to. It's not working. It's not working, Simon lamented. It only shows me the night of the fire. Then he turned to Simon. Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? Simon coughed up blood onto himself as Sunny limped to his side. She began unfastening his restraints as he sat upright and rubbed his head with his normal arm. What did you think it would? Simon coughed. You're not in Olympus. Seal's eyes glared towards Simon with wicked intent. You're trying to mess with powers beyond the natural order, Simon informed them. You have no idea what it's capable of. What it's capable of. Hell, I have no idea what it's capable of. And you have no idea what I'm capable of, Seal rebutted. Are you capable of being born into my family? Or having my blood? Simon asked sarcastically. What a stupid way to respond. This will be lost on an ignorant, sightless rodent such as yourself, but I am not one person. I am engrafted together from the parts of many. Rolling their shirt up, Seal exposed their body for those of us who could see. I had already seen it previously, but it seemed far more haunting in this context. If having your blood flow through me is all it takes, then that is a simple surgery away. If I couldn't use that power, what makes you feel you can? Simon snarled. That's simple. You are merely weak. Seal removed Simon's restraints and grabbed him by the throat, forcing him to stand. No matter how hard Simon struggled, he couldn't seem to break free. Now we take you to Eden for a transplant. Finally, I spoke up. Seal, stop, I commanded. I'm done. It's over. It's not over, not until they're all dead, Seal snarled. You heard what he said. If he couldn't pull it off, there's no way we can. What are you suggesting? I think he's right. I rubbed my shoulder and looked at the ground. I think it's time to move on, I resigned. Move on? Seal snarled. What do you mean, move on? I mean it's time to let go of the past, I explained. They made fun of me back then, but now I'm more powerful than any of them. Hindsight is 20/20, but I doubt going back would make things better in the long run. You won't be able to stop that fire, just like I won't be able to stop what happened to me. Stop the fire? You thought I wanted to stop it? Seal turned to look at me with ferocity in their eyes. I don't want to stop that fire, they snarled. I was the one who started it. They dropped Simon onto the fleshy floor. Sunny scurried over to him to make sure he was okay as he hacked and coughed from being choked. I wanted all of those judges dead, Seal admitted. I needed them to know that no matter how much influence they thought they had, they never truly had any power. So I trapped them all inside and set the place aflame. I could almost see the fire in Seal's eyes as they stared longingly at their twisted and fond memory. They clawed at the doors and they screamed, and as they screamed I sang, and it was glorious. Seal posed themselves as if they were about to sing to a crowd. While the child looks into the sky and begins to wonder why, oh why, he is alone, they sang. Their damaged vocal cords hindered what would have been one of the better impromptu performances I'd ever heard. See, I was an opera singer as a child, they explained. An amazing one at that. I could sing the highest of notes and carry the nicest of tunes. Now, of course, there's no nicer tune than screaming. They tried to sing another note, but unlike before, their voice was flat and dull. So I harmonized with their screams, they reminisced. Even though the smoke burned my vocal cords and it was glorious, at least until that damn croc grabbed me. Simon's face filled with terror. Wait, I know you, Simon mumbled. You, you were the child my father saved. Your father died so that I could come all this way just to have to kill you. That may be the most terrible thing I've ever heard, Seal hummed. How marvelous. Suddenly, Simon ripped his arm out of the restraint and screamed in anger. I'll kill you first, he burst. Simon thrashed out, but Seal merely grabbed him and used his momentum to throw him across the fleshy room. With a loud thud and groan, he hit the wall and collapsed to the ground. Then Seal approached them and struck him across the face. Sonny tried to jump onto Seal's back to stop them, but they slung her over. They slung her over their shoulder and into the floor. Do not interfere, they snarled before grabbing Simon by the throat. Seal, let's talk about this, okay? I begged. Just let go of Simon, please. There will be no need for talking once I grafted their heart into my body, Seal snarled. I don't think that's how it works. If you kill him, his heart will die too. That didn't stop Eden from reviving me. My heart sank into my chest as I realized that Eden could absolutely resuscitate the dead. Seal wasn't making empty threats, they were living, breathing proof of what they just said. Sonny looked at me in pain as Simon tried to push Seal away. I could see the struggle on her face as she stood back up to try and pry Seal away again. Then as she was no match for their inhuman strength, and found herself slammed into the floor again. Tell me, Olympus, Seal snarled. If I flay your skin, break open your ribs, and suck the blood of your heart, will I get magic powers too? Then with their free hand, Seal pulled a knife and began to press it against his chest, carefully avoiding the eyeball. Simon managed to grab it with his hand and try to resist the best he could. Sonny tried to stand but couldn't. She'd taken quite the beating from being tossed around, and I was surprised she could even move. And yet I merely stood there watching. I watched as blood began to slowly drip from Simon's chest. The knife was pressing near the scar that mirrored the one I had. As if we were connected somehow, I began to feel a phantom pain in my scar. I looked over at Sonny, who was trying her hardest to crawl towards Seal. The determination in her eyes was palpable. Slowly I walked past her and rummaged through my coat. Seal, we have other ways of doing this, I offered. We can drug him again so he won't fight back. You might damage what you're trying to take from him. Seal eased up a little, but still kept Simon restrained. Ophelia, what are you doing? Simon grunted. Shut up, I barked, keeping up my facade. You are in no position to address me. He began trying to yell at me, but just like the thumping of the heart, I managed to drown him out. Here, I have something that might help, I informed Seal as I fished around in my coat. Seal stopped fighting Simon entirely and watched me intently, trying to guess what I had. You're evil, you're sick, Simon belted. You're nothing but a two-faced, backstabbing, cowardly bitch. I'm an actress. My whole life I played the role of a character, I explained. I was Ophelia in Hamlet, just as I was outside of it. I've juggled many roles just to get my way. I placed my hand on Seal's shoulder and faced him directly. They looked into my eyes as they grinned with a wicked and malicious smile. As I slowly pulled the tool from my jacket, I slipped it towards them so they could feel it. But now I think it's time to play the hero, and I pulled the trigger. Act 13. Fear ignites beneath our skin. Seal collapsed onto the flesh and stone floor with an expression of shock frozen on their face. I looked at the gun in my hand as smoke billowed from the barrel. The gunshot was deafening in such a small, confined area, and it took a minute before my hearing recovered. While the ringing subsided, I helped Simon and Sonny onto their feet. Are they dead? Sonny asked timidly as she rubbed her ear. No, I sighed. I've seen Seal's body. They've been shot many times before. Simon stood up. He wiped a small amount of blood from his chest. Alright, you need to start talking, Simon huffed. Who is that asshole? The question isn't who, I corrected him. It's what. What do you mean? I wouldn't even call Seal human at this point. That might as well be an entity filled with hate. They're gonna be real angry when they get up. Seal began to pull themselves upright as if they merely fell down a staircase. Hate? Hate? They asked with anger in their voice. You do not understand hate. You are so unabashedly ignorant to hate that I actually admire your disgusting innocence. Blood dripped from their wound as they began soaking their clothes as they arose. You learn to manipulate others using your looks and charms, they continued. A disgusting guise merely masquerading atop a spiteful core. In the end, only you could have your way. You're so weak it makes me sick. Then they remove their glove, exposing long, spindly fingers, and reach into their own skin to pull the bullet out. For you to even imply that you can understand hate, you would have to detest others so greatly that the thought of interacting cordially with them would tie a wicked and twisted knot deep in your stomach. The bullet clattered to the floor as Seal ripped it from their body. Even the implication that these things you so foolishly refer to as people are something more than mere postals, polluting the same plane of existence as you, proves to me that you will never understand what it is to hate. I watched in horror as Seal's eyes grew wider and more ferocious with every word they spoke. I hate that you became Eden's little pet, they growled. After they've given you everything you could ever desire, I was supposed to be the one they loved. I hate that I'm forced to follow you along and ensure that you stay in line. I'm so sick of being a tool for others to use, especially when it's incompetent fools like you. They placed their hand on their mask and covered the eye slot. Their hand clutched the mask so hard that I could see it tremble in their grip. But most importantly, they snarled, I hate you. I hate you so much that it makes me sick. But sickness is weakness. Then they slowly peeled the mask from their face, revealing their horrifically disfigured side. As their grip tightened even further, the mask shattered in their hand, and I hate weakness. As Seal thrashed out at me, I shot the gun at them multiple times. I pulled the trigger and stumbled backwards until the gun wouldn't fire anymore. Most of my bullets missed, hitting the flesh and sinew-covered walls. I must have angered the heart, since the entire room rumbled as otherworldly screams ripped through the air. I wasn't entirely sure, but I believe that at least one bullet hit Seal since they stumbled to the ground. While they recovered, I put my gun away and shouted for Simon and Sonny to run. Are you trying to kill me? Seal shouted. You can't kill me. I don't die. The tunnel roared to life as the very earth shook in anger around us. We barreled down towards the stairwell as fast as we could, with Seal chasing behind us. Once we frantically climbed the stairs, I slammed the floor panels of the gazebos shut to buy us some time. Get to the van, I ordered as I followed. While I ran, I fished through my jacket for some ammo. Realizing that I wasn't carrying anymore, I silently prayed that we lose track of Seal long enough for me to find some more. As I approached the van, I remembered that Seal had taken their own earlier that morning. I would have shot the tire out or sabotaged it in some way, but I had no time. Opening the door to our van, I threw my body into the driver's seat and turned the key, desperately trying to start the engine, and suddenly helped Simon into the passenger seat. Come on, I begged as the engine kept turning over. Finally, the van roared to life as I floored the pedal. Sonny barely had a chance to climb over Simon as the passenger side door shut behind her from the sudden motion. When she was in the back of the van, she grabbed hold of the seat to steady herself. Give me a second, yo. Oh, shit. My throat was getting dry. Simon groaned in pain as he restlessly shifted in the seat. I could barely take my eyes off the road, but when I did, I could swear he had grown paler. Simon, stay with me, okay? I asked. Look, I get it. What I did was wrong, but I need you two with me on this one. Why the fuck should we? He grunted. 'Cause Seal's gonna actually rip your heart out if they have to. So would you if you could. I don't care about that anymore. You were right. He stopped groaning for a moment and bit his hand. You were both right, okay, I sighed, but we need to keep you away from that guy. I'll call Eden, they'll know what to do. I typed Eden's code into the keypad that was welded to the dashboard. However, instead of them answering, the code didn't work. At first I thought I put in the wrong code, but then I remembered that they were remotely attending the appraisal and couldn't answer. Shit, we're on our own, I mumbled. Oh, Simon groaned. You dumb bitch. Look, Colmar is about 30 minutes from Feed. There's bound to be a doctor that can help you. Just as I said that, Simon coughed up a small bit of blood. I hope, I mumbled to myself. Sonny leaned around the seat and tried to soothe Simon. Whatever was continuing to happen to his body was clearly abnormal, and I grew worried that a doctor would have no idea how to help him. You're a fucking monster for this, you know? She screamed at me. I know, alright? I yelled. Just focus on figuring out What's wrong with him? What's wrong with me? Simon sneered. You plugged me into a fucking heart. I thought things would be different, alright? I just wanted a second chance at life, wouldn't you? You had a second chance at life, he snarled. We both did. I was happy with Sonny in Italy. I had a job that accommodated me, a place to live, and I was finally starting to do things without assistance. I tilted my head away from him, but still kept my eyes on the countryside road. Simon vomited some blood onto the dashboard and wiped his mouth. You couldn't have just done your little terrorist thing and left us alone, could you? He continued. You had to dig too deep. You had to find a way to fuck everything up. I bit my tongue and focused on the road for a bit. Simon coughed and hacked up more blood, but seemed stable. The ride was incredibly tense, and I could feel their anger radiate onto me. Before anything else could escalate, a few bullets struck the back of the van, shattering one of the rear windows. I swerved in panic from the initial startle, but managed to control the vehicle. Luckily, these things are covered in armor. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Simon shouted. As I looked out the rearview mirror, my eyes locked with Seals. They were driving the other van and pointing a submachine gun directly at us. I knew I should have sabotaged it. This guy doesn't quit, huh? Sunny asked as she kept low. No, they're gonna be a big problem if we can't shake him, I responded. Can one of y'all drive while I check the back? Simon just sort of turned his head to my general direction in bewilderment. Sonny, can you drive the van? I reiterated. Just follow this road. But I don't have my license to drive, she argued. Suddenly more bullets ripped into the back of the van. One managed to come through the broken window and clip Simon on the shoulder. It didn't seem to actually hit him, just scrape against him. God, shit. He yelled as he grabbed his shoulder. Sonny, drive the fucking van, I shouted. In the most uncomfortable maneuver I've ever done in my life, I helped Sonny climb onto my lap, then I slipped behind her and fell into the back of the van. I hit my head but managed to shake it off. Started digging through all the supplies that were stashed. Are you okay, Sim? Sonny asked as she drove. It fucking stings, Simon groaned, but I think I'm fine. After that, he proceeded to hack up more blood. I frantically searched and searched until I found something that could prove useful. A long wooden box that, when open, held a rifle with an extra big barrel. I didn't know what it was called, but I knew that something that big would absolutely be able to stop Seal. I pulled it out and grabbed the nets that hung from the roof of the van to pull myself upright. Sonny's driving was very bumpy, doubtlessly from her flooring the pedal to try and get as far away from our pursuer as possible. Once upright, I went to aim the rifle to the broken window of the rear door. Bullets ripped into it, aimed directly at me. I barely managed to take cover as they struck and suddenly realized how absolutely terrifying it was to be shot directly at. While my head reeled and the sound of my heart slamming in my chest filled my ears, I heard one of the tires pop. Sonny began to lose control of the vehicle as the rear driver's side dipped and began scraping on the ground. These things have four-wheel drive, but I knew she wouldn't be able to keep it steady. Unfortunately, a bullet hit the handle of the door, destroying the latch that held it closed. As the door swung open, I grabbed the net again to stop myself from falling out. Then I saw it. The perfect opportunity had aligned for me. Seal had driven up close to shoot and was now beginning to lag behind while they tried to reload. I held the rifle up with one hand as the vehicle swung on a turn, causing me to nearly fall out the back. Seal screamed in rage behind their windshield as they saw me align the sights directly at them. Without a single regret, I pulled the trigger. Thump. Time slowed down around me as the rush of adrenaline coursed through my veins. The windshield shattered on the impact as the grenade launched from my rifle right into the passenger seat of Seal's van. I winked at them as it landed, then it blew up. Now, although I love rom-coms, I've seen my share of action movies. Being able to be an action hero is far more terrifying than it seems, but in the moment, you sort of do what you have to without thinking. When a grenade goes off, it blows a ton of fragments everywhere. If there's gas, oil, or anything flammable, the explosion itself will ignite it. Since Seal's in a van, the natural next step in the order of events is for it to violently explode into hellish fire and trap them inside a metal coffin while the fragments destroy their face and body. This is not a movie. Instead, what happened was that Seal's van filled with smoke, since the grenade I launched was not actually a blow things up movie grenade, but a smoke grenade. I stared in disbelief for a moment before I heard Sonny yell it, and the van began to topple over. I was launched out of the back as my ears were filled with the sounds of crunching metal. At some point I must have hit my head because I don't exactly remember what happened next. At least we made it to the city of Komor. When I tried to open my eyes, flashing lights assaulted my vision and forced me to close them again. I tried to open them again and found myself staring at Simon and Sunny being helped out of the van, which appeared to have caught on fire by local authorities. Pulling myself up, I tried to stand but found that my body was fighting me. After a struggle, I managed to get on my feet. Limping away from the crash, I noticed the SEAL's van was wrapped around the back of the one we were in. Had I not fallen out further down the road, I would have surely been crushed. I lost my step a few times, and my whole body hurt like hell. But I managed to slip past the crowd of bystanders that looked over the wreck. As I rested against the construction scaffolding, I heard people begin to shout as the flames grew bigger and bigger. They all began to scramble as the police ordered them to back away. Turning my back onto the wreck, I limped into the town and sat on a bench. My body felt so heavy I couldn't bring myself to stand anymore. I just needed a moment to rest. Looking at the fire in the distance, my eyelids began to slowly close, only to be reopened by screaming. As I sat upright, my gaze was fixed on someone approaching me. Bits of fire smoldered their body, burning the clothes completely off them. People gathered and watched it, and all a SEAL pointed at me, seemingly unfazed with the flames stripping the enraged lunatic naked. "You!" they shouted, directing everyone's attention to me. I tried to stand up, barely managing to peel myself from the bench. My ribs hurt like hell, but I knew that allowing myself to be cut would be far worse. "You die today!" they shouted as they grew closer. Once I was upright, I gathered my strength and took off running. Despite my decent athleticism, I'm a very slow runner, so I knew I'd have to lose them somehow. My head was spinning, and I must have not been thinking straight because I decided to try to climb a construction scaffolding ladder. My impromptu plan was to pull the ladder up or kick it over and buy myself some time. Give me a second. The cowbell around my neck clacked as I frantically climbed, trying my best to put distance between us. But by the time I was up the ladder, Seal had already begun climbing it. I kicked the ladder, but much to my dismay, it wouldn't budge. "Come on," I mumbled as my plan failed. "Fall, damn it." After trying to kick it a few more times, I gave up and took off running along the unfinished floor. The floor I was on was much higher than the small housing around it. Wooden frames indicated that this wasn't the top floor either, and the construction workers looked shocked to see someone up here. Making the mistake of looking back, I saw Seal finish climbing the ladder as it began to panic. As I turned my head, my leg snarled on some ropes and yanked me to the ground. I hit my side pretty hard but managed to get onto my butt and kept scooting back as they drew closer. The ropes stayed tied firmly around my legs, suddenly confirming that there was nowhere to run. "Looks like your lack of foresight has you stuck once again," Seal taunted. "One might say that you're at the end of your rope." "What the hell are you really, Seal?" I asked as I tried to scoot back further. Was hate incarnate not a sufficient answer? Or did you even bother thinking before you spoke? Eden told me about what they did to you. Being forced to live without feeling leads one to hate. Being forced to live without feeling leads one to hatred. For once you say something with actual weight behind it. They stopped for a moment and placed their hand over where I shot them. The wound had been cauterized and was only partially visible. "You may not feel, but you still bleed like us," I surmised. "You're still human." "I am many humans," Seal responded, "and yet I'm not even treated like one." As I neared the edge of the floor, I realized that I had nowhere left to back up to. Cool winds blew my hair as Seal bent down and grabbed the rope. Wait! I shouted as they pulled me up to them. Within human strength, they grabbed my jacket and hoisted me upright. I tried struggling, but I was so weak and worn out that I couldn't even free my arm from their slave. "I told you before, we are freaks," Seal stated. "We don't have to be anymore," I responded. "We have the heart, we can. I will kill Olympus and graft his heart to me. Since you want to be an obstacle, I will have to kill you as well. Seal, we can talk about this. You shot me. We are past talking." Seal grabbed me by the neck and held me over the ledge so that my feet just barely touched. I could barely breathe and tried grabbing at their hand, but their grip was too strong. What is your r- real name? I sputtered as I tried not to fall. My name died with me in the fire, Seal informed me. You are right. Hate is all that remains. I could feel myself getting lightheaded. The lack of oxygen and the height was making my head spin, combined with the fact I definitely hit my head when I fell out of the van. I couldn't think of a way out of the situation. But do you know what I hate the most? They asked. More than any weakness or sickness? What? I stammered. I hate that you never told me your name. I know it's not Ophelia, and you never told me the night after we raided the manor of its artifacts. As Seal said that, I remembered that I had something I took. As Seal said that, I remembered I had something I took there, stashed away. While they were distracted, I tried my best to maintain eye contact as I raised my foot up to reach into my boot. How sad, Seal taunted. I hate that your name will be forgotten like mine. Well, Seal, if you hate that, I grunted as I pulled it from my boot, then you're gonna really hate what I do next. Suddenly, I plunged the dagger I found in the room with the heart into Seal's burned eye and let go of it. As they released me, I grabbed onto them and twisted my body around theirs. They lost their footing and fell with me, toppling off the open floor and plunging along with me to the streets below. Using the last of my strength and a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the rope and wrapped it around Seal's neck, the best I could. In the split second I had while we were airborne, we were only in the air for a moment before the rope snapped tight. My body acted as a counterweight, pulling on my side of the rope as it broke my fall. With a loud crack, Seal's neck was entirely crushed. Tension caused the rope to snap near my foot as I plummeted directly into a car. As I landed on my back, I felt all the wind in my body be forced out of my lungs. For a moment, all I could do was gasp for air. As I lay there looking up at Seal's hanging body, I heard their voice echoed in my mind. You and I are both freaks. We aren't as different as you think. Slowly, I reached into my jacket and pulled my lighter out. Authorities surrounded me, pointing rifles at my face. I didn't bother fighting back or trying to escape. See, that's the difference between you and me, I said out loud. Sticking a cigarette in my mouth and lighting it, I blew a puff of smoke into the air as Seal's body. I still remember my name. Alright, so basically, about the halfway point in the story is where we're at now. So Act 14, the Courtney Conundrum. I still remember a lot of things actually. Sure, there's parts of my memory that I've entirely blocked out, but there's also parts I remember so vividly that I can almost relive them. Like the assault on the police headquarters in Feed. It was the first time I was exposed to so much gunfire and bloodshed. I was actually terrified the entire time, but an actress has to be able to put on a pretty face for the camera. That night, however, I spent hours in the bathroom with an upset stomach, vomiting and clutching the toilet bowl at what I'd witnessed. At the time, I tried to manipulate Simon into helping me. I knew exactly what I was trying to do, but even with that plan in mind, I couldn't help myself. Every word I said to him was true, and I did always think he was cute from the moment he called me beautiful. Things like that stick with a girl. Things like that stick with a girl like me a lot more than they should. But no matter what happens to me, I'll always remember my name. I had just returned to Auntie Han's after my performance in Hamlet. The entire walk back to that wretched place. Megan was rambling on about my acting. I must have seriously impressed her, but truthfully, all I did was just mimic what the character was like in the book. Although she was very chatty, I said nothing and merely continued along next to her. Once we arrived at Auntie Han's, we made our way down the hall, careful to avoid the creaky floorboards, and approached our room. As she unlocked the door, I stared at the nameplates affixed to it, Courtney. The name burned itself into my retinas, obscuring my vision and demanding my focus. Who is Courtney? As I pulled my hoodie over my head, the name echoed endlessly in my head. Am I Courtney? I lay down on my bed and stared at the ceiling. I can't be Courtney. Courtney! Shaking her head, she snapped out of her daze. I say she because I am not Courtney. If the story is to be told correctly, then I must refer to Courtney as another person, because she is another person. You haven't said a single word this entire time, Megan informed her. Do I usually say a lot? Courtney asked in response. Well, night, but you can at least wish me a good night before you sleep. Oh, I forgot the words. Is good night? You know this? Oh yeah. Uh, good night. Then she turned her head and tried to sleep, but despite her best efforts, Courtney couldn't seem to be able to. She tossed and turned as the name endlessly bounced off the inside of her mind. Stress and anxiety began to build in her. This was her name? Why would it cause such an issue to see it written? Was it because the name Courtney wasn't what she was called? If not Courtney, then what did everyone know her as? The cowgirl. But that's me. I'm the cowgirl, not Courtney. Unless we were somehow both the cowgirl and could occupy the same space at the same time, almost if we were one person, and yet we aren't. Since by no conceivable metrics could I be Courtney. I mean, my real name is of course Courtney, but I'm simply not Courtney. Never have been. In fact, it would actually take such an imaginative leap to call me Courtney that I would be outright insulted if someone did. Because to be called Courtney implies that I'm such a sniveling weakling that I would dare cover my face and body with a hoodie and soak away into the shadows. But just like how it's fun to watch a car crash or a train derail itself, I think I'll keep watching this Courtney just to see what it does. The next day, she did much the same as every day. Although something was off, there was something brewing inside her mind, and she couldn't seem to focus in class. Even when she was being bullied, she didn't bother to argue or fight back. She simply accepted her beating like a wimp. After school, however, she found herself sitting behind a dumpster with Megan. You're gonna have a black eye, Megan informed her as she smoked a cigarette. Then I'll white under one and black on the other one, she sulked. You said it, not me. Oh, okay, I see. Megan puffed her cigarette and blew smoke out into the air. As the inky black smoke dissipated, the weak little Courtney managed to finally form an idea in her skull. Can I try one? She asked in her usual feeble tone. A cigarette? Megan responded. Yeah. They said they make you feel happy, right? I mean, I wouldn't say happy is the right word. More like relaxed. But you did say happy, I remember it. That was months ago. You can't expect me to remember what I say. Just give me one. Megan bit her cigarette and pulled another one from the small box. After sticking it in Courtney's mouth, she held a lighter up and lit the tip. Since it usually covered her disgusting face, Courtney had to tuck her hair back into her hoodie so it wouldn't catch on fire. Watching Courtney here take her first hit of a cigarette made me laugh to myself. She sucked way too much in, forcing herself to violently cough while Megan patted her on the back. Easy. Megan tried to comfort her. Start small. Ack. Gah. She coughed. That's awful. How the hell are you smoking these things? Just try again, slower. I've been doing this for a year now. Following the advice of her 10-year-old friend, the stupid Courtney decided this would be something she didn't give up on immediately. After holding it in for a second, she managed to blow out a surprisingly decent cloud of smog. There you go, Courtney, Megan smiled. Oh, I actually have another thing I want from you, she meekly replied. Heh, finish that one first, ja? Goddamn. Alright. No, it's not that. Well, spit it out. What do you want? Can you not call me Courtney anymore? Huh? What did she just say? Megan inquired as she smoked. Just call me Ophelia. Wait, no. That's not what happened. You really liked that role, didn't you? Megan asked. I like being treated nicely for once after it, Courtney explained. By other people, I mean. Ophelia, huh? Could take some getting used to. I'm quite fine with that. No, but you're not Ophelia, you're Courtney. I am Ophelia. I am Cowgirl. You should really know your role in this play, Courtney. You're supposed to be weak and feeble, like a scrawny little insect that people can walk right over. By choosing the same name I use, you're actually lessening its value. I worked hard to be known as Ophelia. All those years of exercise and eating right to tell my body so that boys would look at me with desire instead of repulsion, working on the way that I speak so I can have such a beautiful, exotic American tone rather than a disgusting hick accent. What did you do? Ask your friends to call you that now? Carve out your old name on a placard and lie to people? You're not Ophelia Brown. I am. Since you want to tell the story wrong, Courtney, I think I need to step in and fix your mistakes. Now let's tell it right this time. Ophelia, guess what? Megan called as she shoved her way through the crowd. Ophelia stood by the bus stop, patiently waiting for bus number 3 to depart. Her bus was number 6, so she had a little bit more waiting to do. Although the stop was busy, she could hear Megan through the low chatter of the crowd. What's up, Maggie? She asked as Megan drew close. Check it. Megan responded as she shoved something close to her. I got a cell phone. Oh my. You finally have one? Now we can text each other. Even better, it has a camera on it too. I can take a picture for your contact. Without asking, Megan flipped the phone open and held it up, trying to get a good snap of Ophelia's face in the clutter of pedestrians. Oh, Ophelia mumbled. I don't really do pictures. You'll need to once you're a famous actor, Megan smiled. Like that'll ever happen. Ophelia hid her face from the phone and tried to pull away. In a surprisingly playful tone, Megan chased her, trying to shove the phone in her face for a picture. I'm the papara, Megan joked, a big fan, taking pictures of the lovely Ophelia. No, please don't get my face, she replied as she moved through the crowd. You can't hide from the media, haha. You can't hide from the media, haha. As they ran through the busy bus stop fooling around, bus number 3 had almost finished being boarded. Unbeknownst to the two, a man was running extremely late for something presumably important and was sprinting for the closing doors. Unfortunately for the man, as he ran full speed towards the bus, the two girls ran out in front of him. He slammed into the shorter room, causing them to fall towards the bus as it began to depart. First was the sound of the phone clattering to the ground, second was the crowd gasping, and last was her screaming. Ophelia didn't even see what happened until she heard her friend's screams. Violent, gut-wrenching screams ripped through the air as she writhed around on the ground in pain and curled up into a ball on her side. Rushing through her friend's aid, Ophelia crouched down next to Megan in an attempt to assess what happened, but Megan stayed curled up, keeping her hand close to her body and attempting to kick Ophelia away. Once blood began to stain Megan's clothes, Ophelia knew she had to act. Somebody call an ambulance, Ophelia shouted, but the crowd merely watched in awe. Ambulance! Krankenwagen, French ambulance, she rolled over and over. Call for fucking help. Finally, someone took their phone out, flipped it open, and began dialing. Megan, let me see it, Courtney pleaded in concern. What'd you hit? Nine, it fucking hurts, Megan cried. Oh my god, I'm him. Despite her friend wailing in agony, Ophelia could hear sirens in the distance. Maggie, I hear the ambulance. She tried to comfort her friend. Just let me know what's wrong so I can hear the doc for you. So I can tell the doc for you. God damn it. Alright, give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna run some ads for a little bit. And I'm gonna take a little break. Just to rest my voice. Just a little bit. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Who are you? Oh shit. I'll be right back, yo. I'm gonna go stretch and shit. And once I'm back, let me see. We got about 40 seconds or so for ads, so once I'm back, we'll continue the book read. Alright, my bad, y'all. I'm back. Okay. Let's continue. Let's see. Reluctantly, Megan extended her arm to reveal her entire wrist dangling from below her elbow, as if it had been snapped in half. Her hand wasn't any better off either, since her fingers had been entirely dislocated and mangled. Turning her head away, she couldn't bear to look at her own arm. Immediately upon seeing such a gruesome sight, Ophelia's stomach churned and she fought back the urge to throw up. Members of the crowd gasped and gagged, while others merely tried to board the next bus as quickly as possible. Knowing that she kept a spare shirt in her backpack, Ophelia decided to staunch the bleeding. "Megan, let me," she asked as she reached out to wrap the disfigured hand. But the moment Ophelia touched her, Megan shrieked in pain. The nerves in the hand must have still been intact, forcing her to feel every grueling moment. "Shape," Megan screeched. "Get the fuck away from me, Courtney." Ophelia's heart sank into her stomach as Megan's foot struck her in the cheek. She recoiled in shock from her friend's response before tears welled in her eyes. Moments later, the ambulance pulled up and paramedics hopped out. First, Megan resisted being handled by them, but gave in when the pain became unbearable again. Ophelia watched helplessly as they placed her onto a stretcher and loaded her to the back of the vehicle. Later at the hospital, once Megan's condition had stabilized, the medical staff allowed Ophelia to visit her. She had just woken up and was pretty groggy. "Hey," Ophelia mumbled as she entered the room. "Hey," Megan yawned softly. "I got you some flowers and a card." Ophelia set the flowers on Megan's lap as she laid in the hospital bed. The soft rhythmic sound of beeping from her heart rate monitor filled the awkward silence. "I hate flowers." Megan smiled as she reached for the card. But as she reached out to grab the card from Ophelia, she realized that she had no gram to grab it with. Instead, her entire wrist, roughly halfway from her elbow, had been removed. Only a gauze wrapped remained. She trembled. "My hand." The heart rate monitor began beeping faster for a moment until Ophelia spoke up. "I'll just read the card to you," she offered. "Fine." Ahem, j'espère. Is it in French?" Megan interrupted. "Yeah, they only had ones in French. I don't speak French." You live in France. Not by choice. The language and culture are dirty. Oh, I messed up badly. Megan smiled and shifted a little in the bed. Now I'm the one who's messed up, she admitted. I'm sorry about what I said at the bus stop when you were trying to help. You called me that name. Hey, no matter what name you go by, you'll always be someone special. Someone special, huh? It reminds me of when I told Simon the future through the stars. Remember I told him he'd do great things and told Slendy that she'd remain by his side. But what I didn't mention was that I saw my future as well. A reflection of my past in this shallow body of viscous fluid created from the echoes of all my history staring back at me. Was I really Courtney all along? Act 15. Act 15, close to you. I woke up to the sound of a click and a bright light shining in my eyes. As my vision recovered and my senses came back to me, I realized I was sitting at a sturdy metal table. My hands were shackled to it and I presumed it was firmly affixed to the floor. Aching pains across my body as a general lethargy kept me from even trying to yank on the bindings. It was very clear I wasn't going anywhere. I could feel a draft and quickly noticed that I didn't have my jacket anymore. The police must have realized I carried a bunch of goodies and confiscated it while I was out cold. Although the source of the light was aimed directly at my face to intentionally obscure my vision, I could see the faint shadow of someone sitting across from me. Squinting, I tried to identify who it could be, to no success. My curiosity would be set to rest when they reached up and adjusted the light so it was shining on the table. Hello, cowgirl, they spoke with a scratchy voice. Monty? I asked in disbelief. Oh, how the tables have turned. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. No smoke, no mirrors, it's me. As they stood up, they slid a leather badge holder across the table for me to see. His voice was scratchier than when I interrogated him, likely because of the cigarette I shoved in his throat. Or should I say, Agent Monty of the DCRG, he finished. My heart sank into my chest as I felt goosebumps form across my body. A cold chill ran down my spine as I heard the words Directions, Centrale des Regiments General over and over again in my head. How are you? I stuttered in shock. You couldn't have escaped. I could have, and I did. Sorry about your guards, if you can even call them that. His tone was far more composed than when I interrogated him. But you were just a little weakling, I burst. A scrawny little rat trying to look tough. You must really be dense. Ah, shit. You must really be dense, trying thinking through all the possibilities that might have led to me behaving in such a way. As he vanished into the inky darkness, I thought for a moment before realization struck me like a cannonball. I was undercover, he admitted. I used to be an actor. With a thwop, he slapped the manila folder onto the table as he reappeared. According to your file, you used to be one as well, none? Yes, as he opened the folder. Tons of pictures of me spelled out, along with official-looking documents and notes about my life. Although many of the photos were recent, I was terrified to notice that there was some dating all the way back to my youth. Well, you at least tried to be one, he shrugged. See, for the past 2 years, studying you has been my life. I've been busy dealing with the shit show you caused, all while patiently waiting for you to slip up. What do you want, Monty? I scowled. No, it's not what I want. It's what our government wants. And currently, they want to get dirty and have you swept under the rug, by any means necessary. He circled the table and leaned behind me. That's where I come in, he whispered in my ear. I pulled my head away from him in defiance. See, I'm really good at getting what I want, he explained. The government doesn't care exactly how I do it either, so as long as I produce results. So you're gonna kill me? I asked. You know I'm not the source of all this, right? I'm just a figurehead. Are you responsible for this? He placed a bag of entheogen on the table in front of me. Yes, I mumbled. Then wait, you absolutely are. Before I could react, he struck me across the face. You've been making my life a living fucking nightmare for the last few years, cowgirl, he shouted. Do you have any idea of what your little drug has been doing to people? I spat onto the table as the metallic taste of blood began to trickle into my mouth. Entheogen shouldn't be hurting people, I sputtered. If people are having problems, it's from their own reckless indulgence. Reckless indulgence? He scoffed. Yesterday they learned that withdrawals kills its victims. Was your plan to force them to keep buying? No, it doesn't. I've used the drug myself. Then how do you explain this? He slapped yesterday's newspaper down in front of me. My eyes grew wide as I read the article to myself. Roughly 1,000 dead worldwide? I read in disbelief. Total organ failure from withdrawal? You think I'm responsible for their deaths? Not including the police that died from your attack 2 years ago? You're lying to me. Entheogen isn't lethal. I've taken it many times myself. Monty's hand shot out and hit me again. You want to sit here and call me a liar when this much blood is on your hands? He scolded me. Have you no remorse for your actions? Do you even know what's an entheogen? I yelled. Of course, the real question is, do you? Being the smartass that I can be, I recited the exact list of herbal ingredients for a single dosage. It was clear that he didn't care to hear it since he kept nodding his head and sarcastically responding. Are you finished yet? He cut me off. For a member of the DCRG, you act really fucking unprofessional, I scoffed. That's because right now the DCRG doesn't care how you're treated. For all intents and purposes, I'm a hired hand sent to break you. I just so happen to also be a member of the DCRG and will be filing everything you lie about in a report once you're gone. So you're just abusing power? He slammed his hand on the desk and pointed at me. You're not the one in the position to ask questions here, cowgirl, he shouted. You've made my life a living hell for the past few years with your little drug, and I'm going to make you regret ever setting foot in this country. Fuck you, Monty, I snarled. Save it. 2 men in suits entered the room and unshackled me. I tried to resist, but it was immediately obvious that they were much stronger than me when they pressed my head against the table and bent my arms behind my back to handcuff me. Monty stood triumphantly, his mocking gaze tormented me. Once the men finished, they lifted me up by the shoulders and forced me to stand. I scowled at Monty as they escorted me out of the room, but I could tell he couldn't help himself. We made our way through the cold industrial hallway. He followed behind, continuing to taunt me. Did you know that I have been given the full off-the-record clearance to do with you whatever I desire? He smugly mocked me. Not that you would know that, but I do find pleasure in telling you. You're a twisted individual, Monty, I sneered. That's rich coming from you. As we neared the end of the hallway, Monty used a special-looking keycard to open a steel door for us to step into. Once inside, there were 2 cells opposed of each other. The cell I was thrown into had nothing but a mattress and a toilet inside it. The other cell had Simon and Sonny. Wait, Sonny called out to Monty. Don't leave us here. Ja, you're the wrong people, Simon agreed. Ja, you have the wrong people, Simon agreed. We're just civilians. Monty gestured for me to wait a moment, then turned around to address him. Were you with her in Colmar? He asked. Ja, but we were hostages, Simon pleaded. We can prove it too. Sonny, show them the bomb on your leg. I watched through the bars as Sonny revealed the bomb I strapped to her ankle. Very interesting, Monty responded. And I assume this is the detonator? Monty pulled something from his pocket and showed them. I felt my entire face turn red as I checked between my breasts to find the detonator was missing. They must have searched my entire body. So you say I have the wrong people, Monty asked. Correct, we're not with her, I promise, Simon agreed. Is your name Simon Olympus by any chance? Ja, how'd you? The same Simon Olympus who defunded the Fidian police force and allowed the Garden of Eden to take root there? Why defunded them temporarily too? Then none, I absolutely have the right people. It was just coincidence you were with her. Here we go. Simon and Sonny both started shouting over each other to try and explain their sides of the story, but Monty didn't want to hear it. He turned his back onto the 2 of them and left the room with his men, leaving us alone in our cells. This is all your fault, Sonny shouted at me. You couldn't have let us live our lives, could you? Simon continued with her. You had to try and dig too deep. You know there was a reason that the door in the tunnel was cemented over. I didn't think I had to put a big magic heart do not enter sign on it. He grabbed the cell bars with his elongated arm and pulled his face closer to it. Although I wasn't looking in his direction, I knew he couldn't see me. His gaze pierced my side, blood streamed down his cheeks from under his blindfold. The heart was supposed to never be seen again, he shuddered. It was supposed to wither and rot. Now you come in and revive it and I end up with a fucking arm stuck to my chest? We got shot at and imprisoned because of you. But I didn't respond. All I could do was stare at my hands as they trembled before me. The words, roughly 1,000 dead, echoed in my mind over and over as the crushing weight began. As the crushing weight pressed down on me, Simon and Sonny's shouting faded into background noise as my mind grew louder and louder. Suddenly I was snapped to attention by Monty, who returned with a small baggie, a lighter, and a single glass bowl. Take it, he commanded. Consider it a nicety before you're broken. He tossed the baggie into the sill and landed it right before me. The label on the bag was the same cowgirl's concoctions label that the Garden Eden uses on entheogen. Monty must be lying. There's simply no way entheogen could produce a lethal result. This is poison, I argued. You can't trick me. I personally believe it's poison, he replied. But you found this in your jacket and haven't opened it. I refuse. You can't make me take this. Monty turned to face Simon and Sonny. Did you hear that? He addressed them. Cowgirl won't even try her own supply, yet she claims it's safe. Can you believe that? I looked at the baggie. The familiar small plastic bag rested in my hand. A printed label that said entheogen was stamped into the front right above a cartoon cow. It was perfectly sealed and looked exactly how they looked at the facility. Checking the hidden safety seal, I can confirm that Monty was somehow telling the truth when he said he didn't open it. This was a normal bag of entheogen. In an act of defiance, I grabbed the bowl and stuffed the entheogen inside it, then let the opponent in. Taking a big hit, I blew the smoke out of the cell towards him. He looked at me and smiled. Very impressive, he taunted. Enjoy it because it's the last luxury you'll ever have. Then he left. My mind raced, bouncing thoughts around constantly. If this was really entheogen, then I'd be fine. The safety seal wasn't tampered with, but I also had no idea what Monty was capable of. Could he have poisoned it? Is he toying with me? Then I felt really good. Like, really, really, really good. In fact, actually, I felt a little too good. Entheogen isn't this powerful with such a small dosage, and I'd often have to make a little extra when I made it for myself, since I grew a slight tolerance for it over the years. It also doesn't kick in as quite as fast, and I always consider it to be a slow burn instead of high. But the scary part that began to creep into my head was that entheogen wasn't just a high, it was a hallucinogenic. Made from psychoactive mushrooms and plants, I originally made it to forget about my troubles for a bit and enjoy my overactive imagination. If this was some sort of macro dosage, I could be in for a wild ride. Dropping the bowl on the floor, I listened as the glass shattered over and over again in my ears. It was such a sharp sound, and yet I found it soothing to listen to, like the cracking of lightning. As I looked at Simon and Sonny, I gently collapsed backwards onto the mattress of my cell. Of course, the mattress itself was probably disgusting, but to me it felt like I was on a fluffy cloud. However, I actually wasn't laying on the cloud. Instead, I was laying on the hill near the Olympus Manor with Simon looking up at the clouds. It was a warm summer day, and we were enjoying the occasional cool breeze. As I looked down at my chest to adjust my top, I realized that I no longer had vitiligo. The white splatters on my body were nowhere to be found, making me feel pure. Hey, Ophelia, Simon hummed happily. Yes, Siggy, I replied. You're pretty cool, you know that? Oh, please, I'm not cool. Nine, you definitely are. I smiled and brushed slightly. You're trying to butter me up, aren't you? I chuckled. A little, Ja. He grinned. It'll make my next question easier to ask. Oh, what could you possibly want? Well, we've been friends for a while now. Now that university's almost over, I was wondering if you wanted to, you know. I looked over to see him nervously twiddling his thumbs as he laid next to me. Would you want to go on a date sometime? He asked timidly. My entire body felt warm and fuzzy, while my heart merely fluttered out of my chest and into the air, following the birds into the sky. Oh, Siggy. I responded softly. I'd love to. That makes me really happy, he blushed. His skin warped into a pink color as little hearts began to swirl around inside his body. Butterflies and rainbows emerged from both of us, meeting in the middle. Before I knew it, I was sitting at dinner with him trying not to choke on my food as he made me laugh with a crazy story. Oh, shit. Let's see. We sat outside and watched fireflies mimic the stars with their glowing patterns. Sometimes they would create new constellations that formed moving pictures right before our eyes. As we watched their light show, a glimpse into our futures could be seen. Did you know the stars can tell our future? I asked him. I remember you telling me that. He gleamed. Great things, Ja. Something like that. Closing my eyes, I leaned in for a kiss. His lips touched mine gently as I pulled away and opened my eyes again. I was standing before him at our wedding. Floor arrangements and white decorum covered the room while our friends sat in the pews. Cheers echoed around us as we made our way back down the aisle and onward towards a new life. Through the portal that stood before us was a doctor carrying our firstborn child. The bleeping of medical equipment and newborn crying filled my ears. Simon held my hand eagerly with the biggest smile on his face. You did it, honey, he gleamed with tears in his eyes. I love you so much. I was exhausted and drenched in sweat, but so excited that my heart grew legs and arms of its own to hand our baby to us. Yet when I opened the cloth that the baby was swallowed in, I found myself looking through the window of our house, watching Simon and them play in the yard. This is going too fast, I said to myself as I lay down on the bed. But the visions wouldn't stop. Taking our child to school, attending their first recital, proudly crying as they graduated university, to consoling them as they had their heart broken, and watching them grow before us, Simon and I were there for it all. I saw my whole life played out in front of me until Simon and I laid on our deathbeds, holding hands. We knew we'd be together forever in eternity, so we weren't afraid of casting off this mortal coil. With one last I love you, Simon slipped away from me. I followed shortly after. Floating above the clouds once again, I found myself rewatching the life I could never have over and over again. It taunted me to know what it could have been like had I been normal. But as I watched, the story began to twist and warp before me. I often try to interpret what my overactive imagination tries to tell me, but this time it was painfully clear. The realization set in that this was not a story of my feelings towards Simon, but rather a desire for what I never had. For I was both Ophelia in the story and also the child she and he had. Unlike the child I saw, no parents came to my class, no parents attended my recital, and there was certainly none to be proud of anything I've accomplished. There was never the love for me growing up, and there never will be again. I could never wash the blood from my greedy hands. This I know, but I do wonder what if it would have fixed me. Could anything have? Would marriage be salvation? Could having kids be the answer? Was there ever a chance of being normal? No. There was never a chance for me. My life was shaped for me, just as water fills a container. Whatever predispositions, be it genetic or environmental, I had within me caused me to walk this path. Whether it was fate or deterministic wasn't even a choice for someone like myself. But as the visions faded, I slowly drifted back down to earth. I realized something horrific that made my heart sink and skin crawl. That was not entheogen. Sweet little lies. Wake the hell up, Monty demanded. I shook my head as I tried to wipe the crust out of my eyes, only to find that my wrists and ankles were bound to the chair I was in. Some weird headset was tightly fit around my head, gently squeezing my temples. As my eyes readjusted to the light, I realized I was in a ragged gray shirt and loose-fitting shorts, which meant I had been undressed while unconscious. Shivers ran up my body as I thought of someone undressing me without my consent. Monty stood across from me behind some equipment that sat on wheel carts. He had an obnoxiously smug grin plastered on his face as if he were a child who knew what they were getting for Christmas. I was still extremely groggy and had a hard time formulating sentences. What? I managed to ask. Awake? Perfect. He mused. We have a lot to cover today. So I hope you're really to be as cooperative as possible. This is all recorded, so do try your best to speak clearly. What was in that entheogen you gave me? Looking at you leading the charge, that's exactly what I was about to ask you. No, I mean, what did you put in it? Monty lit a cigarette and began slowly pacing. I took mental note of the wires connected to pads that ran up and down my body. I didn't put a single thing in it, cowgirl, he informed me. What I gave you was 100% your own product. Now, as you may know, there have been a lot of mysterious deaths and only recently have they pieced together that each and every victim was at one point an entheogen user. You're lying through your teeth, I argued. I know you government types. You get to say and do whatever you want with no consequence. There's regulations and rules we have to follow as well. But I am in charge of this investigation and they're growing desperate, so I may get to take some creative liberties. He approached me and connected a wire to the headset I was wearing. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with electroconvulsive therapy, non? He asked. You're gonna electrocute me? I barked. You psycho. I only zap you if you're uncooperative, so it is very much in your best interest to behave. Bite me, Monty. Ah, going to be like that immediately, are we? With a sigh, he pressed the button and I felt my entire body go numb. Not the sort of numb like at the doctor where you can't feel anything either. This feeling was quite painful and I found my body involuntarily locking up as a surge of electricity coursed through me. I tried to yell, but I found myself clenching my teeth so tightly that it felt like they'd shatter. As he released the button, I felt slobber drip down my chin. Good fucking lord, I huffed as it finished. Works pretty well, none? He asked. I got this machine from my grandfather, and I use it in cases with exceptionally uncooperative individuals. You're sick, you know that? None, the people of France are sick from your little drug, he retorted. So I'll ask again, what is an entheogen that's causing this? Nothing. My entire body locked up as a painful jolt of electricity washed over me. Every muscle in my body constricted and groaned in agony. Ah, fuck, I blurted. What is in it? What is it? Oh, what is it? He demanded again. What is an entheogen? Psilocybe mushrooms, iboga root, Banisteriopsis vines, and some peyote cacti, that's all. He turned away from me and began writing notes on a pad of paper. As he did, I struggled a little with my restraints and realized that the leather strap holding my left wrist was actually very loose. If Monty weren't in the room with me, I'd be able to slip my hand right out of it with no trouble. Before I could do anything more with this knowledge, he turned back to face me. Where is an entheogen produced? He asked. I couldn't sell out the Garden of Eden, but even if I wanted to give an answer, I quickly realized that I didn't actually know. Obviously it's produced at the facility, but I never actually seen production, since it's in a bunker under the surface level. I don't know, I responded. Come on, you expect me to believe that? He groaned. Look, I know it's made in some underground bunker, I just don't know where. But it is produced in feed, correct? Why are you asking shit you already know? Why are you talking back as if you don't want to get zapped? Why are you talking back if you don't want to get zapped? Because I don't know nearly as much as you think I do. As if to force an answer out of me, he pressed the button again. I tried to brace myself, but the shock was too strong and forced me to submission almost immediately. That's bullshit and we both know it, cowgirl, he stated. I'm well aware of who you are and what you do. Eden's gonna rip your head off if you fry my brain with that fucking thing, I groaned. Speaking of Eden, have you ever seen him in person? Nobody's seen Eden. Everyone knows that. Are you aware of their current location? This, I actually knew. Eden lives in a bunker deep below the facility where no one can reach them. Nobody knows how to actually get to the bunker itself, and a rumor has it that they are entirely sealed off from the rest of the world. I am not, I answered. Eden communicates exclusively through the television. Interesting. Monty hummed as he jotted down more notes. Then how did you meet? Wouldn't you like to know? He held the remote so I could see his thumb on the button. I very much would, he scoffed. Don't shock me again, I pleaded. I'm telling you what I know. Well, for someone so famously part of the Garden of Eden, you seem to not know a lot about it. He was strangely right. Either the electricity was messing with my brain and making me forget stuff, or I just kept in my lane a little too much. I was forced to work for them, I admitted. They killed me otherwise. And there it is, Monty responded. Everyone always says that. I'm being serious. They told me to sell them the recipe for Enthalgent or they killed me. Suddenly I felt another shock run across my body. My whole body thrashed as it seared my muscles and bored deep into my bones. Snot, tears, and drool ran down my face as I gasped for air once it finished. Ah, what the fuck? I yelled. I'm telling the truth. First, I'm selling at a party, and the next thing I know, I'm being held at gunpoint in front of a television in some back room. So you are the original maker of Enthalgent? He questioned in an accusatory tone. Of course I am. I made it to chill out and hallucinate, not to sell on a global scale. Where did you make it originally? My apartment. I grew the ingredients in terrariums and only sold to colleagues. It was never meant to go this far. Then why did you let it? Power. I wanted power. But I knew I couldn't tell this guy that. In fact, I didn't know what to tell him. There's no way in hell I was about to pour my heart out to this man, or even begin to tell him about my personal problems. My eyes kept looking towards him, then jolting away the moment they connected with his. I don't have an answer, I admitted. But you clearly do, he calmly stated as he puffed his cigarette. I can see it in your eyes. You don't see shit. Back to defiance, are we? You're trying to force me to answer questions I don't know. Then he pressed the button again. My whole body contorted in agony as electricity zapped me for a few moments. I don't know what's an Enthalgent, I shouted as it finished. You fucking psycho trying to make me... More electricity ran through me until I couldn't resist it anymore. Terror ran through me as my eyes started to roll back on their own, and my thoughts became cloudy. Electrical numbness ran through every bone in me. And by the time he stopped pressing the button, I couldn't move anymore. That's enough for today, cowgirl, he said. Maybe tomorrow you'll be more reasonable. He placed the remote on a nearby table and left the room. All I could do was sit there drooling onto my shirt, wondering why my body wouldn't respond. I must have sat there for at least an hour before I somehow managed to fall asleep. Before I even knew, I slept and was being woken up again. Wake up, Monty demanded. We still have lots to cover. Is it tomorrow yet? I groggily asked. Well, it's today, but that's of no concern to us right now. Are you ready to answer questions? I scowled at him. Ah, of course, he scoffed. Where are my manners? Then he zapped me, forcing me to sit upright. His shock torture was getting to me since I found myself much more willing to comply to avoid being electrocuted further. Grah, I shouted. I told you everything I knew yesterday, which wasn't very much. Do you happen to know anything about how the Garden of Eden took root and feet to begin with? Can you wipe the drool off my mouth and the snot off my lip? He looked at me with concern before realizing I wasn't being sarcastic. Between being electrocuted and passing out, viscous snot and drool had covered my mouth, making it hard to talk without getting a disgusting taste. Not being able to brush my teeth also didn't help. Monty pulled a handkerchief from his suit pocket and dabbed it on my face to help clean me. Then without a word, he folded it up and stuffed it back into the same pocket. All clean, he smirked. Will you speak now? The garden was founded over 5 years back, but only really grew in power when the Fedian police were defunded. I explained. I remember hearing rumors about them, but at the time I didn't think they were anything more than some protest group. How very interesting. You were completely unaware that they were a militia? You were completely unaware that they were a militia? I was completely unaware of who they were to begin with. As he finished scribbling on his notepad, he grabbed a folder and opened it. Do you recognize this man? He asked, revealing the contents to me. Inside the folder was a picture of someone who I'd never seen before in a large warehouse, speaking to other men whose faces had been marked out. I don't, I answered honestly. Interesting, because we have evidence that you do, he noted. Lots of it too. How? How could he possibly have evidence that I recognized someone that I didn't? In fact, we have pictures of you with him, he added. That's when I noticed it. He was covering his mouth when he said that. For some reason, initially, I thought nothing of it, but as he continued to inquire about this individual, I noticed more and more that he'd either cover his mouth with his hand or send it in a way that obscured it from me, such as being behind a machine. Only once did I get a glimpse of his mouth and I instantly recognized why. He smiles when he lies. Monty's line of questioning droned on for a while, confirming my theory about his tell. I tried my best to give non-answers and avoid anything concrete, but what it did was make me realize how little I actually knew about the Garden of Eden. Was I so caught up in trying to be powerful that I intentionally turned a blind eye to things, or was I kept in the dark entirely? Alright, last question for the day, he began. Where were you on the night of... Suddenly everything went dark? What the? He mumbled as he fished a flashlight from his pocket. Another one. Fucking quarantine. I decided to keep my mouth shut. Fortune threw me a bone here and I planned on taking it. Monty quickly left the room to assess what happened, giving me the perfect opening to pull my hand out of the restraints. As I freed myself entirely, I stretched out and realized how tense my whole body was from being shocked. After that, I grabbed the remote that Monty was using, took the batteries out of it and threw them into a random box. Next, I looked around the room to see what I could use to ambush Monty with when he came back. Nothing much stood out, aside from a mop and a bucket in the far corner. Arming myself with the handle, I quietly twisted the head of the mop to make it easier to wield. Although I wasn't some sort of super martial arts grandmaster, having anything steady to defend myself with helped. The power flickered back on, so I flipped the lights off and hid behind the door. It took a moment of mental preparation, but I raided the mop handle in anticipation for Monty's return. After a moment, he re-entered the room, expecting to find me still sitting in the chair. As he flipped the light switch, I brought the sturdy mop handle down into his head so hard that it snapped in half. "Argh!" he shouted as he collapsed on the floor and he grabbed the back of his head in pain. Keeping the broken handle, I barreled out of the door and towards the hallway. "Stop her!" he shouted from the room. But I had managed to put some distance between the two of us. Alarms began to blare and automatic security locks could be heard clicking, each door closed one at a time. As I ran further down the hall, I found myself trying to outpace the latching sounds. A singular sign demanded my full attention: the exit. If I could just make it through, if I had a moment to think of a way to sneak out of here. Ramming my body into the door, I fell out into the snow just in time for the door to latch shut behind me. I couldn't believe I pulled it off initially, and I had to do a double take to make sure my imagination wasn't tricking me. But sure enough, the bitter cold singed my skin and snapped me from any imaginative trance I may have been in. Quickly, I concealed myself behind some crates and attempted to devise a plan. As I thought, a truck drove right past my hiding place and towards a small extension of the building. A few men hopped out to secure the area and shuffled into the building, leaving the driver and attendant on the vehicle. Bingo. Keeping close to the wall and cautious of security cameras, I made my way towards the vehicle, but as I began to approach, the driver exited and began looking around. I quickly threw myself into the small extension and pressed my body flat against the wall near a metal cabinet. At first glance, the extension room itself looked like a whole workshop, but after a moment of taking in my surroundings, I realized I was hiding in a garage. To my surprise, the driver didn't enter the garage, but instead opted to open the hood and look inside. I used this as an opportunity to adjust my hiding position and getting behind a large stack of tires. While I was back there, I noticed a tire iron and I decided to swap my mop handle for it. This should come in handy, I thought to myself, as if I were some sort of action hero. After a moment of trying to stop my shivering, I heard the car engine rev a few times, peering through a small space between the tires. I could see the vehicle pull into the garage and the driver exit once again. Then he opened the hood again and took another look inside. "God damn it, what's the problem with this thing?" he mumbled to himself. I don't know much about cars, but I'm sure the engine must be pretty hot considering the heat waves I could see emanating from under the hood. As the man leaned further towards the engine, I knew what I had to do. Tightening my grip on the tire iron, I carefully crept up behind him. My heart was beating heavily and my vision tunneled onto the back of his head, but I knew I couldn't afford to mess this up. Once I bashed his head, I slammed the hood on him, take the keys and make a break for it. I'd have to come back for Simon and Sonny, but I could do that once I'm better armed. As I raised the tire iron above my head, the door to my side flew open. This next part happened so fast that I can barely recall it, but I'll try my best. Standing in the doorway was Monty, pointing a yellow gun directly at me. The tip of the gun arced with blue electricity and I barely had enough time to turn my head to see it. "Watch out," he yelled to the driver as he took aim. The driver narrowly dodged my swing, leaving me wide open as Monty pulled the trigger on the gun, sending 2 needles my way. They stuck into my skin as I felt the newly familiar feeling of my body locking up as I was electrocuted once more. However, it was midway swinging and tiring at the time. The momentum I had sent me falling directly into the engine of the car. I was very lucky that none of my skin made direct contact with the metal, except for my face. The right side of my face, roughly around my cheek and brow areas, made full contact with the scalding hot metal of the engine. I tried to scream in pain and pull myself away as my skin instantly melted into the engine, but I couldn't since I was being electrocuted. Part of me wishes I would have died or gone into shock, but I remember the pain all too vividly. I could feel my flesh being pulled from my face as Monty finished zapping me and I collapsed. My eyelid almost welted shut and blood oozed from my newly exposed muscle. No attempt was made to fight back anymore. That was the moment I resigned myself to die in captivity. That was the end of Miss Cowgirl. Well, damn. We covered a good bunch of shit, and we're basically still near the halfway point, a little bit past it maybe. But yeah, we're getting into the good shit. Okay. Bro, hold the fuck up. Hold on, yo.
Our headquarters. And today, we have a special announcement for all of you. We're happy to confirm that development has begun on a brand new, hand-animated Cuphead video game. Our talented team is hard at work on this ambitious project, which will take
Hold on, I
Cuphead
gotta
and
look this
friends
shit up.
on a fresh, exciting adventure. It's still in early stages, but we look forward to revealing more when the time is right. Well, from all of us here at Studio MDHR, thank you for... I didn't know this was plugged in. Hello? Yes? Oh, indeed. Oh, you want me to tell them? Yes, I'll tell them. Yes, right now.
Dude.
Well, it seems I have one more surprise.
No fucking way, dude. That is fucking nuts. So, the Dudes of War, thanks, CC. So my friend just told me that Resident Evil Code Veronica, the remake, has finally been announced. Holy shit, dude! I need to watch that Capcom replay or whatever the fuck. I need to watch that shit, man, cause like I had a feeling it was gonna come sometime soon, but like shit. Oh. Is Jake? I've been listening. Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Like from the part that I was at before, I was like, okay, like shit's kicking up, and then the part that I left off in right now in the story, I was like, yo, Hell yeah, because I sure as shit was not expecting Monty to come back and to be like, "Yo, I'm an agent. I'm a government agent," you know. So I was like, "Yo, like that's fucking cool." Um, and then now the part right now where like I can like now I understand why the art you've shown is of her with the mask, because I was like, like that's her, you know, part of her face, you know, burned and disfigured, I guess, because of the fucking hot ass fucking engine and shit. So I'm like, okay. But my friend just told me that they just announced the Resident Evil Code Veronica remake today at the Game Fest, and holy shit, yeah, yeah. Now, and my thing is like, I was honestly expecting Seal to be at least for now, because you know obviously like I haven't read the rest of it, but up until right now, I was expecting Seal to be in the book more. Now, since I haven't finished it, you know, maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but we'll see. But still pretty crazy just thinking of the scene of her fucking like hastily wrapping the rope around their neck, and then you know with the counterbalance just hearing the fucking crunch and the snap, and like motherfuckers just there dangling in the air, I guess. And I'm like, well shit, you know, like I guess for like almost any other scenario, like yeah, like you would not die, like you would keep coming back or whatever, but it's like, yeah, you ain't coming back from that, bro. um but shit, man, I need to look this. Hold on, I need to look this up, because like them just announcing the remake right now is fucking insane for this shit. Let's see the latest. Resident Evil Code Veronica remake. It's on its way. Yo, is that Claire? Bro. Hold on. I need to call my bro. I'll be right back, yo. All right, my back, yo. What? My bad, yo. I'm back. Um. So yeah, I just turned back on the capture I had of Resident Evil Zero for the music to play, so it wouldn't just be silent. But let me go fucking post that my fucking game is fucking back because god fucking damn. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm being very vague about what I'm typing, just in case people. Um, I mean, motherfuckers won't really care, but it's because I'm commenting on this VTuber server I'm in. But yeah, dude. Um, I was not expecting uh Ophelia, cowgirl, to be fucking zapped over and over and over and over. Which I was like, dude, if you're still listening, I don't know if you are or not. Hmm. When when the whole cutscene, I'm vibing. Cool. I just want to make sure if you were there or not. But when I say I'm here saying cutscene, but when the whole scene of her living that stuff or whatnot with the whole trip, the whole high that she was riding and shit, when all that shit faded, and then she comes back, and she's like, oh, like I'm not even in the bed anymore, you know, like I'm here already strapped up, and she's like, yo, like she has that shit on her head and the wires and the fucking diodes and the little pads and shit, right? And I was like, fucking Jake over here doing the Outlast Trials reference with this shit right here, dog. Like just straight up. Like I just immediately remembered the scene at the beginning of the game where they put the night vision shit on your fucking head or whatever. That shit. Um, there was a few other ones that I saw. A few other moments that I was like, yo, like I think this might be a reference to something, but I can't really remember which moments of them are they now. Ah, you know what? If it's like Black Ops 1, then yeah. I love Black Ops 1, dude. Also, I was gonna ask, are you doing good, man? Cause I know yesterday you were just going on for a good bit, so I know I didn't really say much or anything since. At least to me, it sounded more like it was just you, like venting, you know, in the general sense. Besides, like the odd questions you would ask us here and there. All I'm gonna say, man, after listening to what you were saying yesterday and all that stuff, is it ultimately, um, it's your choice and what you want to do. And also, it's all just a matter of your perspective. You know, there's many different things that can be viewed in several different types of ways. So, like, you might be viewing this in like a negative light or something like that, and it's like, hey, like, like, what if you were looking at it from the other way around or something like that, just so that way you can try to like reorient yourself, and also to reaffirm to yourself as like, yeah, like you're not crazy, like you're not gonna go back to that time or anything like that, like just put your mind in that headspace, bro. Like, anchor yourself, and you know like just slowly work at your stuff. Like, hey, like how you're saying, it's like, yo, like, you've been doing this for so long and all that stuff, and it's like, yo, like, I get it, man. Like, you know I've seen many friends and people online where like we just stopped because our dreams died. And I've felt like that too, mainly with some of these jobs where I'm like, yo, like, I don't really have time to do anything anymore. And if I do, it's barely a little bit, and then I gotta go to sleep, and then I'm back at it again. You know, like, other people have their own circumstances about it, but you know, we do what we can ultimately, even if it might not be a lot. We gotta work at it little by little. And even if you yourself don't see that progress and don't see how far you come, there's gonna be the people around you that are looking at you from their point of view, and they're like, yo, like, look how far my boy's gotten. Look how far they are. So I'd say do your thing, bro. Obviously, with some moderation. Like I said before, maybe switch it up, just so that way you don't get too burnt out on the writing or the drawing, stuff like that. Um, I know you had a lot of fun going out to those events to promo the book and get some copies sold and all that. And I'd say a little bit more of that, like, just to put you back in your own groove. You can realign yourself and then just figure out what you want to do. At least for me, whatever you decide you want to do with your stuff, man, I got your back. So, yeah, man. Do what you gotta do. I know I'm probably gonna do some Ophelia art once book 2 is done. And I won't do it right away, but I'm gonna basically try to get some ideas down, so that way I kind of know exactly what I want to do, so that way I can start the 3rd book and get that going, and then I'll go back. Yeah, man. And you can ask Salsa and Calm and everyone else that hops on the VC. They're more than likely going to tell you the same thing or some variation. And at the end of the day, that's what we need, because there's a lot of things that we got in life that we try to do in life that we can't do alone. And it's that leap of faith and it's that strength that you need to realize that, like, yo, like, I've been going at this on my own for so long, and now I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know why I'm here or what was my main motivator to begin with, you know, stuff like that. And so it's one of those where I haven't really gotten that far, and I've been thinking of ways to like make like a poetry book or some shit like that, right? Which my writer friend, she's been telling me like some of the processes of how that stuff goes down for like getting the books published and all that stuff. So I've been thinking about it, and it's also one of those where I'm like, you know what, man, like that, like to me, like that's the one thing I will say is that, like, yo, like there's some things that like I recognize that I couldn't have done without the people that I got with me, and without them I wouldn't even be here. You know, I'd probably be I probably might have been, you know, been biting the dust already or something, you know, some variation of that. Or maybe I might have become the person that I never wanted to become or some shit. So even though the way how things are right now isn't how I want them to be, you know, I always remember where I was before, where I am right now, and where I can go. And yeah, you know, just riding the wave. You know, that's as much as we all can do, especially when life fucking kicks you in the nuts and you get fucking knocked over. Like, we just gotta go at it, you know, like how I tell people is like, just go at it day by day. Maybe right now you don't see that reason why, but maybe tomorrow you'll gain another reason. Maybe every day you gain one more reason to keep going or to keep fighting on, or you know, maybe you end up remembering why you even did all this stuff to begin with. And at the same time, at least for me in the drawing sense, is it just in general, for that is having fun. So if we could find some way of having that be fun for you, like after all of your art stuff for the books and everything are said and done, I don't know, like maybe you'll have more fun doing the art for the Leslie stuff, you know, something like that. Like if we can find something that we can do to help you just be like, yo, like I can actually like enjoy doing this a little bit more, shit, man, you know, just let us know. But yeah, let me get this game rolling. You see, no emails. Alright, fuck the camera. I'm not gonna turn on the camera today. You good, man? I appreciate the alert. And yeah, just let them know what's up. I know I do that often. That's why I don't really hop into the VCs that much. Like some other days, just because, either I'm watching anime or more recently because of work, I just don't really feel like doing shit. But yeah. No, no, no. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, Resident Evil 0. We gotta put you to rest for now. I think I did save in there so I could just load it up easier next time. Alright, so the game is gaming. We gaming. My friend told me about this website that I can use to figure out what content I haven't done yet. So let me see. Oh, excuse me. What the fuck? Oh. Let's see. Where is it? Here we go. He says, here's a guide on what you can unlock per level. Do not read anything above your current max level. Okay. Level 1. Level 15. Level 20. Oh, I forgot I left the camera zoomed in. So my friend was telling me to continue the side story that I started. Level 20. The Ball of Embers trial access. Yeah, so I think I have like a whole bunch of shit unlocked. I just haven't done like the side quest stories or whatever. Alright, let's go talk to guys. Let's see what Betha has. Oh. We can take this. Oh shit. He wants me to go over there. Not gonna lie, if my friend was on, that'd make this more easier. stated as I remember him, it would not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. Yeah, true. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope that she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I have never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very last essence was drained from her. So she would sacrifice the power of that infernal machine. We must act quickly for it to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Roxanne, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nell Van Darnus? Does the goddess mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nell's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. This technology is perfected when the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into his soldiers. The Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? That's more or less how soul crystals work. Yeah, that's true. A similar method of transference was used on the prototype Obsidian fought, was it not? If Fred didn't mention you ever or heard the Signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle, it appears that the system has been improved since then. When there are some similarities, we will know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon is yielding remarkable results, but in doing so the Empire is sunk into the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, so I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Garland technology, there are a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Baldwin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and the matter in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed there. For now, I suggest you use this lull and Garland activity to recuperate. Sounds good to me. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Gallermold? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you. I guess we can go with it. Seems this is a door. Yeah. It's a passage right here. Cool. Seems like there might be other ether shards that we can get from quest over here, so I might as well get them done too. Alright. Spoken members of the Scions, and if I may be so bold as to ask, is it true that you learned some forestry technique for moving on the water as freely as a fish? Then it was not exaggeration, incredible. Would you be willing to put that ability to use for us? So, an agent stationed underneath some of those towering steps by the lock would dearly love to speak with you. Okay. So them. Then we got this one. Yeah, here we go. You're well known for your deeds as a soldier. On this day, however, I would call upon your broad experiences as an adventurer. As for the situation at hand, it would seem that part of our patrol route has been claimed as territory by the fearsome zoo nestling, that we cannot simply choose to circumvent the area, thus we risk providing an unobserved entry point for Imperial scouts. My men and I will gladly go toe-to-toe with any military opponent, but nothing in our training has prepared us to combat a foe which can soar through the ravines and swoop down upon us with impunity. My commander almost lost his arm to such an attack, and I fear it is only a matter of time ere the creature makes a kill, unless you kill it first. Nestling surveys its domain from a narrow pillar of rock to the northeast. Pray find this predator and the threat for our patrols. Yeah, sure, I got you. Well, I need to see if there's any other quests that I can do. Doesn't look like it. Let's see how many of these are we missing. We are in the locks. I'm about to complete one, and I'm about to do two more. Hold on, before I leave, let me accept this quest to see if it's the last shard that I need. Hey Camille, welcome on. Thank you so much for stepping on us. Is this shit even working? Let me double check. Yeah. Should be good. Yeah, here we go. But I could do it 4 times? Or 2 times? That's complicated. Oh, I gotta capture them. I guess it helps that okay, cool. So I just let him hit it a bit and then Alright, so this one is going all the way south. Wait, no, let's not. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe playing some Resident Evil shit tomorrow. We'll see. Mainly now that Code Veronica Remake got officially announced. We'll hop in and play that shit. Last time I was here was like Quest. I guess that makes sense that I missed. Follow me. guy wants to talk to us too. The flame agent. Lieutenant Dorothy said you might be on your way, ready to get your boots. What are you? Should probably begin from the beginning. The soldiers we captured in the battle of Castrum Albania was concealing a map on his person. The map was marked with a curious symbol, but no matter how hard we cajoled or threatened, the prisoner would not tell us the symbol's significance. This naturally piqued the curiosity of the commanders, and they immediately ordered a search of the marked area. The problem is that the area mostly covers the water, and we found nothing of interest up above, meaning this sacred whatever it is must be down below. We were eager indeed to enlist someone with your current talent for underwater exploration. I've circled the spot on your map that we'd like you to investigate. If it turns out to be something you can bring back, please do so. Be careful down there. Okay. Wait, no. Damn it. Looks like it's down here. Material. Interest. Here you go, mate. This looks like an Imperial material crate. I doubt anyone would bother sinking on ordinary supplies, so I say we look inside. No, ref, this thing's filled to the brim with gems and jewelry. From what I could tell, these happen to be Garabanian design. In fact, I say this collection is of damn near royal quality. The bottom of a lock is not where I choose to keep such valuables, so it's safe to assume they were acquired in less than honest fashion. Prisoner likely hoped to hide him down there until his stint in the army was over. Rebuilding a country is an expensive job, Abe. Alamigo's royal family is no more. They should return these to her citizens nonetheless. Thank you for braving those waters. Pray report to Lieutenant Dorothy, and I'll see that this crate is transported safely back to headquarters. Good shit, mate. Was there all to be found? Yeah, this right here. Thank you. Turn this in for you too. There you go. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Yeehaw! Finally. So you put on the rude weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mine. Suppose I should report news of Rixie to the higher ups. Yes, you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? Can you give me a quick summary of the battle? Makes it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. Gods, to this report. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. The Guardians pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Cutscene. Meanwhile, in the Whirlit Magitech installation. Now these. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. I know. I don't want to skip the cutscene. This is exactly the problem, Ali. If we knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. Come too far to back down now. Don't let Melisandre's death be in vain. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family. After we dealt with those pesky Eorzeans, it'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next. Oh, ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the Sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Looks like part 2. To say that was the most exhilarating battle, I had never dreamed that I would have a chance to see such a ferocious war marketing with my own eyes. When that all of the citizenry raised up to be so excited by something sent by the government to slaughter us in our thousands. As an avid follower of all things gigantic and mechanical, I just can't help myself. To be able to pilot such a majestic creation, perhaps I should defect to the Empire and offer my services. Ahem. Ever since the time of the original Ultima weapon, I've fallen in love with this fusion of Alagan and Garlean's design. It takes my breath away. So much so that I used my spare moments at the Ironworks to develop a line of miniatures. Now your recently vanquished foes shall be the inspiration for my next endeavor. Would you do me the honor of casting your gaze across the piece once it is complete? Don't blame me if I smash you to smithereens. Did you say something? Whatever it was, I'm sure you were offering heartfelt words of encouragement. It's the support of fans such as yourself that makes this such a worthwhile hobby. But I say my work adorns the homes of many like-minded Machina lovers. The Ultima Weapon and Magitech Reaper miniatures, to name but 2 of my creations, are especially popular. Of course, I wouldn't be much of an engineer if I only made inanimate ornaments. Behold, I've restored this elegant relic, had a few flourishes of my own, and dubbed it the real Virtuality Combat Simulation Experiencinator. Fitting a various pieces of data such as images of my record playlists and so on. It's able to recreate a range of combat scenarios for research purposes, of course, not entertainment, oh no. So you're practically champing at the bit to give it a try. There's no stopping you, intrepid adventure types. It won't be long till my latest work is complete. All that remains are one or two final adjustments, so don't go anywhere. I guess I should read the reports. Who are you to read about? Guidance. Pure-blooded Guardian, former legatus of the 14th Legion. In his time in the Empire, he was credited with the conquest of 5 cities, extremely dangerous, though currently lying against with Garlemald. Assumed dead following the Battle of Castrum Meridianum, he survived and made the elimination of Ascians his primary objective, operating under the name Shadowhunter. The Ultima weapon project he once held has since been taken over by the 7th Legion, prompting him to cooperate with the ROG Alliance and preventing new weapons from being developed and deployed. He has provided invaluable information on the Rui weapon, though it has come to light that the pilot was an orphan once under his care. This possibility may be traced and return to the Empire, so he must be monitored closely. Alright. Sorry, we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that guys wish to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. Arrange an escort to take you to headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. Yeah, this is bad. Let's go. Good, you're here. Ironworks have completed their analysis of the Rui weapon and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments? Yeah, sure. Very good, please wait here while I inform of your arrival. Gotta you make it? Sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garlands have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention: synthetic oversight system. Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the ultimate weapon was referred as the Heart of Sabik by the Ascians. We believe it to have been a type of oversight. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as a genuine oversight, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. So we do know that it was used to implant the combat data of Nell Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the calamity. Are any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? This link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the magic tech armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There is reason to believe that they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. For what we've seen, we can assume that they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence, as you saw the pilot succumb entirely to the will of Van Darnus. But as merely supposition, it's possible that being infused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was a synthetic aura set running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. But even after analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Guys will know how best to proceed. First, we need to get to the bottom of how the synthetic RSI system works, whether the pilot's fusion with the core was a malfunction or planned from the start. I've just returned from my reconnaissance. I shall review my findings before taking a long overdue rest. Vital learners will come bearing vital information. Trace the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlit, which appears to be where it was built. Where exactly is Werlit? While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlit lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. Yo, Tom, welcome on in. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was just common knowledge. It's also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? Fucking Sid's face. What I can say is there is a starring role planned for you. As always. Why so surprised? You didn't think I let you get off that easily, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. And with that, we got roped into another mission. As he said, stow the lights and keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. Sleep now in Sapphire. Maybe this might not help up. have our own ultimate weapon. Yeah. It looks like Ifrit. A little bit. Here it is. I present Garland Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultimate Warrior, the G Warrior. I know I like a design when I see it, excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. As these lots to be precise, we came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. We taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head on, yes. Perhaps my knowledge of the ultimate weapon will be of use. Counting on it as it happens, but first, we need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. Yo? G-War is armed with a ranged weaponry. Now's your chance to learn what it's capable of. I gotta hit this. Fuck yeah, bro. Got me a mecha. Duarsa comes equipped with a pyretic booster, which diverts even more power to his weapons, increases speed and maneuverability. However, it comes at a price. Activating it pushes each strain of the Duarsa and must only be used in short bursts. You have to practice here before you enter battle, but try activating the pyretic booster. But shown as you monitor. Shown on your monitor, yeah. It's the same button again. I see. Auto restoration can mitigate a certain amount of damage incurred, but don't rely on it to carry you through the battle. Why reaching attacks with session, which increase boosting, you should have no trouble with. shot we use the through ages while attempting to sub target. Like before, there's no way to escape its attack, so you'll need to weather them using the barrier. Hell yeah. Who knew I was gonna play a mech? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. What's this one? Back from more training, eh? No. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. I think the training's just gonna do the same thing, so nah. You sufficiently prepared? Yeah, let's go. Shut the port for turn cliff at once. Yeah, that's right. They were expecting us, but who's the pilot? Roxanne, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you. Yep. Initiate combat mode. G Warrior, do the thing. Yo, that's fucking cool, bro. It's time to fry this overgrown squid. G-Warrior, engage. That sounds awfully familiar. Damn! Let's go! Anti-Icon War Machina, the Sapphire weapon. Oh damn, you're just going at it like right away. Hydrus combat sample ready, initiating organic core override. No, I can't hold on. You fucking dumbass. Remodeling the situation from there, follow my instruction, eliminate the target. Alright. bitch. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. Nice. This should look like Gaius a little bit too. Target has been silenced. Understood. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. I was going to say, what the fuck are we? Ready to return to Giromania? No. Did well to pilot the G-Warley so adapting in so short a time. With the weapon enlarging intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information before it is dismantled. Perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. Who is the pilot? Should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now that they're at our doorstep and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I imagined it, but this seems a good way to die as any. Rex, aye. Recon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The rude weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does it make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know that I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers, a sister. I had the best brothers and sister a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through the end. See this through to the end. Do it for me, for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon, I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be, and now I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect. We have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. The echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Recon, my poor boy, you were braver than most could ever hope to be. Is that what we feared? I'm sorry, guys. First Melisandre and now Recon, we must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. Tell me, what do you make of Gael's Belsar? Standing to you, being acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Ashes, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. Seems he would rather bear his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe, or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean. There may be honorable men and women among them, have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests, barbaric campaigns in which Gael's Belsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garlands was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we dust rights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When they came to, I was alone, and the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Rittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the robo, I sought a way out. It wasn't that I encountered none other than Gaius Belsar on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ashen menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. The Ashi people. Those who do not have lotion on their bodies, correct? Yes. Those. Ashians. I would have struck him down then and there had I not sensed truth in his words, so I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity for him to slay him if I so choose, and I still might if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now the Ashens are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated, every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ashens will have to wait until we have brought an end to Garlemov's weapon project. We may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to spare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. Speak with Severa. Former Imperial conscript. Been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army. I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main constraint is that Legatus Valens won't take this line down. That man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he never lets go. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. What do you want with me, lass? Nothing. Yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of the research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapons combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from Regula von Hydrus, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we would arrive, who knows how it could have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into a conversation between Rickon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Yes, all these things. Improvements were made to the synthetic RSA system to prevent malfunctions, and it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nell Van Dornis. Oh no, we're not skipping. There's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Recon were fully aware of this, were they not? And the death of the pilot was by design all along. Fons, how could you, sacrificing your own siblings to fool these accursed war machines? It's accursed war machines. Surely there is no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex is flooded with the remaining weapons. We can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending him into battle. Let's find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. Seen enough death, I do not wish to see any more. And there's no time to waste. Let us be about it, Gaius. Indeed. Sever, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we will be sure to contact you. Welcome back. It sounds like you've been on quite the journey all the way to Turncliffe. Judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan. What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior through his paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information to a report and leave it over there for perusal. Should you feel so inclined, if we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Sapphire weapons. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's warlit headquarters. Coming to deliver my report, Lord Valens. So you have returned, young Alfred, or was it Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now, no need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. Dude got the milk. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior Light was assisted by Sid Garlon and Gaius Van Belsard, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor, whatever next. Oh well, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've come quite the connoisseur since to be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did they create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Nan Garlon rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we bestowed upon them. And you legatus of Ambassador people get the better of you? How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. How time flames in your whipping useless soldiers. Your whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along. Once I've made myself presentable, I can't have people thinking I let my standards slip now, can I? What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Ah, yes, that's right. So you're Ally, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans? Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Alright. I need to see how the food's doing. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna end the stream for now, since I'm gonna be eating some food here in a bit. I also need to go watch some stuff with my bro. So, if I don't take too long eating or whatever, I'll come back. If not, then we'll play some more tomorrow. And I'll be reading some more too, so... Until then, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you guys so much for stopping by the stream. Peace out, y'all.